रवि सर, गुड इवनिंग।
घनश्याम सर, नमस्कार।
नमस्कार, कैसे हैं?
बढ़िया हो, बढ़िया। बताइए।
बस ठीक है।
बस अभी तो ही स्टार्ट ही होने जा रहा है, 5 मिनट लगेगा। और मन्नू जी आए
हाँ,
नहीं
कोई
है।
कोई बात नहीं, मैंने कहा तब तक आपसे बात कर लें हम।
हाँ, मन्नू जी आए नहीं ना अभी तक।
अच्छा अच्छा।
अभी हम मन्नू जी का ही मॉडरेटर। अभी क्या है, 5 भाग में बांटा हुआ है। 70
हाँ
स्पीकर है ना, टोटल 100 उतर है ना।
जी जी।
70 को एक बार में लेंगे तो मुश्किल होगा ना सबको।
हाँ हाँ।
तो क्या किया है कि टाइम जोन बांट दिया है, 1 घंटे का सबका स्लॉट दिया है।
अच्छा
अब उसमें क्या होगा, कभी एक आधा नहीं रहा तो दूसरी जगह दूसरे को लेंगे।
हाँ हाँ।
Good morning, Ravi.
Yeah, good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
Yeah, we have a early morning Sunday in Canada,
Sunday
9:25
in
a.m.
Canada, today Sunday. Wow.
Yeah, Sunday 9:25 early morning.
Wow, great, sir. Great.
Yeah, I always like to support you. You are doing great, such a great job.
नहीं सर, हम तो कुछ ज्यादा ग्रेट नहीं कर रहे, नॉर्मल ही कर रहे।
जो जो बड़े होते हैं वो ये बात बोल सकते हैं कि हम कुछ
70 स्पीकर है सर, तो 70 है तो उसको बांट दिया गया स्लॉट में।
हाँ, मेरा 11 बजे है, 11 PM हमारा कनाडा का।
नहीं, 11 बजे। हाँ, आपका 11 बजे होना है।
या
तो
मैंने
7
देखा
बजे का मैंने टाइम इसलिए दिया कि जिसको सुनना है ज्वाइन कर सकता है।
Yeah, that's why I like you. You remember me last year when I was on COVID, my country closed. Canada was totally locked down, but I tried to attend all your show, and I love it.
स्पेस वाला सर एक प्रोग्राम साइंटिस्ट आया था, उसको याद है आपको?
Yeah, I know. I remember everything.
नासा वाला है।
Yeah. NASA wala. Yeah, I put everything on my Facebook too. So whenever the memory comes, it shows on my Facebook.
Yes.
Very interesting topic you bringing, and it's motivation. And so
नहीं सर, क्या था कि 2 चीजें अभी हुई थी ना, अर्थ डे था, फॉरेस्ट डे था, और इन्वायरमेंट डे। सर आ रहे थे, तीनों चीजें, और सभी कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे। तो मैं क्या सोचा कि भाई सबको कर लेने दो, हम लोग आराम से करेंगे, पर एक दिन बड़ा करेंगे।
सही बात है। और रवि जी, मैंने
हाँ मैम, निशी मैम।
Very good evening, Ravi sir, and a very good morning to Ketan sir. I
Yes,
think
sir.
we are in different time zones, but
Yeah,
still
yeah.
I think we are in the same time. We are on the same page.
Same roof.
Yeah.
We are on the same page in the sense.
Yeah, same roof in a one ID wire.
दूसरा भी कहाँ गया?
So I was hearing your praise about Ravi sir. So I'm joining today, very new, but I'll definitely like to know more about what we are doing together.
बस कोशिश करते हैं मैम, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए सोसाइटी के लिए।
कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती।
अब मन्नू जी आए नहीं अभी तक, उन्हीं का आज प्रोग्राम है अभी।
कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती, लहरों से डर कर नैया पार नहीं होती।
हाँ मिश्रा जी, स्पीकर सब ज्वाइन कर गए क्या?
नहीं।
Very good evening,
तो
Abhimanyu
अभी
sir.
लाइव हम लोग कर चुके हैं already,
Planet
उसको क्या
is
करना
for
है?
all of
Stop
us,
करना है
and
ना?
we cannot exist here by ourselves. Our existence here
Denul, can you
is
hear
not
me?
because of our economic
Please just stop the
activity.
live now,
Right now,
because
we are
that,
made to believe it
all
is
are not
because of
ready.
the
So,
percentages
that
of growth
video
that's
will become
happening in
bad.
this country, you will live
We
well.
will talk.
No, we will live well here if everything is green, beautiful, water is flowing, air is pure, we will live well here. This idea has to go into
Good evening,
every
sir.
human
Jai
being.
Hind, sir.
Every action of yours is a small ripple, making
मनु
this
मिश्रा
world
जी
a
आपके बारे में
little
सर
more
बहुत बता रहे थे मेरे
beautiful.
को।
All that matters is that you need to start. Start small, start big, start with tree or start with
तो
a
कितना देर
tree.
में स्टार्ट कर देगा
Start with
मिश्रा
a
जी?
bucket, end up with dry ponds flooded. Be alone, but don't be scared.
I
Go
think
solo, and
the first
thousands
speaker,
will
Mr.
follow. Come and join
Our
us in doing
speaker
something good
for,
for our
I
planet,
think
no
Madhukar sir, when he
matter
joins,
how
I think
small.
we are
Let's
ready to go.
exchange support and
Abhimanyu
ideas
sir has
together
already joined.
at the grand celebration of World Environment Day organized by
अभी
Igniting
क्या
Dreams of
कीजिए
Young
मनु
Minds
जी,
Group
जब
of
आपको
Companies.
हो जाएगा
Let's
सब तैयार ना,
convert
तो खाली
one
बोलिएगा
day
लाइव
to
करने
day
को, ठीक है
one.
ना?
Happy Environment Day.
क्योंकि क्या है, लाइव हम लोग बंद कर देंगे, हाँ? तो क्या होता है, वीडियो खराब हो जाता है, सब बातें करते ना तो सब रिकॉर्ड हो जाता है।
बिल्कुल 5 मिनट। Good evening.
मनीषा मैम, गुड इवनिंग।
Good evening, ma'am.
मिश्रा जी, गुड इवनिंग।
गुड इवनिंग सर, प्रणाम सर।
खुश रहिए, कैसे हैं?
सब ठीक है सर।
ठीक है
जी 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 सर।
जी।
मैं
अनु प्रकाश सर।
आपको मनु जी, मैं आपको को-होस्ट बना देता हूँ।
ठीक।
घनश्याम सर, थोड़ा स्पीकर सबका वो देखेंगे क्या, थोड़ा सा?
हाँ, देखूंगा।
Himanshu sir, I think
माइक
he's
क्या
come.
होता है वो
Himanshu sir, good evening.
ऑन ऑफ
Good
कराती हूँ। Denul, can you make the host for Manu Mishra and this Ghanshyam sir? Make him
And
co-host.
Dr. Himanshu Pandey sir
Make
also
them
made
co-host
co-host.
because you have to mute other participants.
Good evening sir, Sanjay Sila sir. Good evening sir. Good evening
नमस्कार।
Dr. Himanshu Pandey sir.
Make
Sir,
Ghanshyam
please
sir
make-
also co-host.
sir, please
Ghanshyam
make
sir, please take
co-host
care of
to
mic of everyone, because you know the recording will become bad if all will speak.
Dr. Himanshu Pandey sir also
Okay,
co-host.
okay. HK Pandey sir, okay, fine. Ghanshyam Sane sir, there is a ID call. Yes, right. And then make for this HK Pandey.
प्रोफेसर देखते हैं कौन कौन लोग जुड़ते हैं पहले।
Sanjay sir, you're not on the mute. Sanjay sir, you're not muted.
Those who are not speaking, please mute yourself, because you know everything is getting live recorded. So it will be great if you can mute yourself. Otherwise, you know, we cannot, the recording won't be good. So because it's running live in YouTube and Facebook at the same time, so everything will be mess up. So whenever it is required, you can switch on your mic. Whenever it is not required, please mute yourself. Ghanshyam sir, please take care of everyone mic, because sometimes they forget it.
Neeti ma'am,
Okay,
please
okay,
call
sir.
Dr. Madhukar sir. I think that he has not joined yet.
एक और कोई आया। स्टार्ट करने का मिश्रा जी कि रुकने का?
थोड़ा सा रुक जाते हैं 2 मिनट सर।
अच्छा ठीक है।
ऋषि मैम प्लीज कनेक्ट डॉक्टर मधुकर सर।
I'm connecting, sir.
Welcome Paula from Argentina.
Hello, good morning. How are you
Madhukar
doing?
sir will
Paula
be
ji,
joining
good
in 2
evening.
minutes. Madhukar sir will be joining in 2 minutes, Abhimanyu sir, right?
मिश्रा जी जो अगर मान लीजिए कि कोई एब्सेंट है ना तो ये पहला ही सबको कॉल कर लीजिएगा, ठीक है? उनका फ्री हो जाए, समझे कि नहीं? 1 घंटा आपके पास टाइम है ना, तो 1 घंटा में जितना लोग को मैक्सिमम खींच सकते खींच लीजिए।
So
मधुकर झा
okay.
क्या लाइव करने का बॉस?
I think everybody should be on the screen. No, then only we should go live. Himanshu sir and everybody. Then it will look nice.
Hello.
No, नहीं तो नहीं।
Abhimanyu sir, am I audible?
Yes sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Actually,
Yes.
actually, there's a problem of network right now. Hello. Yeah, Abhimanyu sir,
Yeah,
there's
please
a
tell me sir,
problem.
please tell.
There's a problem of network right now.
Okay.
And that's the reason it's difficult for me to connect. So may I request on behalf of the foundation, Nishi ma'am to address.
Okay sir.
Hello, Nishi ma'am. Nishi ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I request you to address on my behalf today, because I think that you are the right person to carry on the messages of the Iepac Memorial Trust. Because the poor connectivity, it is difficult for me to continue. I don't know when this connection will
Okay,
break.
sir. I'll try to. We and Manisha ma'am will together represent you. No issue.
Please.
And you can
Please.
join whenever it is suitable. Right?
I'm there, but then my connectivity is so poor that I'll be there on the platform. So
I
please,
think you'll be. Yeah, I think you're traveling, sir. No issue.
Yes,
By the
that's it.
time you reach home, we'll be there.
जी
चलिए, Abhimanyu sir, please start.
मैं मिश्रा जी स्टार्ट करने का क्या लाइव?
हाँ, yes sir. Am I audible?
Okay, Denul, please make the live. Wait, everybody mute yourself first of all. Okay, this live now you can start.
Good evening, one to all present here. Nishi ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, definitely you're audible very much.
Good evening once again. Good evening, one to all present here. I, on the behalf of Iepac Memorial Trust, Samadhan Bharat Global, and IDYM platform, welcome you all. It is first phase of our conference. And Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust and Samadhan Bharat, learned people of Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust and Samadhan Bharat will take part in it. I would like to welcome with great honor and high regard Dr. D.N. Singh sir, our chief guest and head and director of School Leadership Academy, Jharkhand. Dr. Madhukar Jha sir, chairman of Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust. Dr. Himanshu Pandey sir, chairman of Samadhan Bharat. R.N. Ojha sir, social worker of Bokaro. Dr. Nisi Singh ma'am, mentor of Samadhan Bharat and Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust and principal of Millennium World, Patna. Dr. Manisha Sinha madam, mentor of Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust and Samadhan Bharat and principal of Radiant International School. Professor Ajay Jha sir, writer and renowned professor of English, Ranchi. Dr. Sanjay Sinha sir, highly learned, experienced principal of DAV and director of Sophia Public School, Siwan. Miss Pooja from renowned school Rajkamal Public School, Dhanbad. Mr. Gopal Vidyarthi, young, dynamic, and talented principal of Patna. Mr. Puskar Giri and Anu Prakash Ji. So, without wasting any time, we all are here for International Environment Protection Awareness Program. International Environment Protection Awareness is about the degrading environment and encourages people to take positive actions to create a better world. So let's welcome our chief guest, that is none other than Dr. D.N. Singh sir, Director of School Leadership Academy, Jharkhand Government. D.N. Singh sir is my guru, highly learned. Sir, आपका इस मंच पर स्वागत है. आप अपने वचनों से हम लोगों को आशीर्वचन दें आज इस प्रोग्राम पे. डॉक्टर डी.एन. सिंह सर, चीफ गेस्ट ऑफ टुडेज प्रोग्राम.
Thank you, Mani sir. Thank you for inviting me in this international conference. So, especially the topic of this international conference is International Environment Protection and Awareness Conference 2023. So, really, definitely, very important issues before us because everyone is suffering from global warming and climate change. The best example of this global warming or climate change, I can say that Ranchi is the most affected place of climate change. When I was visiting Ranchi in 1980s, that time the climate was totally different. And when I see the climate of Ranchi in 2023, it's entirely changed, So I can say the Jharkhand has become Ujarkhand. Why? Because there was not any judicious, exploitation of the minerals. Not properly exploitation was done in Jharkhand, not only in Jharkhand, but in the different part of the country. So when we talk about the global warming and climate change, so proper and judicious use of minerals and proper systematic setting of the industry is very important. If it is not properly done, definitely the temperature has been increased and we are suffering from the climate change. And we find here in our country air pollution has become very high, air quality is very poor. So we must protect our environment at any cost. This is our prime duty. Everyone must think for the environment. At least we can go one step ahead. Everyone should plant one tree. Not only planting one tree, but we have to protect it for the whole life. So at least that tree can save our future generation. And we can also think for the solid and liquid waste management. And for this, awareness is very important because we are not aware that how we should manage the solid or liquid waste from our house, because every day is a lot of solid and liquid waste is coming out from our house. but we are not managing it at all. And we can also, use of water, food, energy judiciously, because we have to preserve it for our future generation. And we can also think in, a use of vehicles, because we are using, vehicles, are not sharing method just personally, and the number of vehicles are increasing day by day. So we can think for the cycling, and we can also think for the electric vehicle, e-vehicle, because nowadays we have to think and we have to adopt it. And we should also think for the environmental policies, because environmental policy is there, definitely is there, but that environmental policy is not protected properly. So we must, we must think for changing some part of the environmental policies. And when we talk about the minerals industries, we must, exploit it judiciously, and we have to think for the, environmental damage. I can use a word here, means our environment, which was very pure long time before, it is damaged to a great extent, and its effect, it has very bad effect, because when I talk about the boundary of the environment, so it has not any, international boundary. Environment has no international boundary. If our country is affected, it can also affect other countries. So we must think together, and we must protect it together. That is very important. And next point I would like to mention here in this conference about the pollution control system for the industries. We have, set up or established a lot of industries, but we have not thought for the pollution control system. In every industries there should be pollution control equipments. And as a surgeon of India, we must just study those equipments, and we should ask the industries that whether they have used those pollution control equipments or not. And at least in our house, we have so many vehicles, and every month we should go to automation, checking center. We are not doing that. We have automation check center at every corner, but are we going regularly? I think we are not going those centers regularly. So this should become our habit. As we check petrol in our vehicle, we before starting our vehicle, we check our air of the tubes, and we check petrol, but we don't check the auto emission system of the vehicles. So at least if we have this habit in our life, definitely to some extent we can control the global warming, and the problem of the global warming which we are suffering will be minimized to a great extent. And when we talk about the energy, so we use energy every day, and due to energy a lot of pollutions are there. In our Jharkhand state, in other states, a lot of pollutions are there due to energy or high power stations, and we should try to minimize the use of energies. So through this also we can minimize the pollution, we can protect our environment, and we can make the better world. This is our prime duty to make it, and this is not the duty of the government only, but all the people should work, should develop the awareness for the environmental protection. And I'm very sure that the school leaders, the teachers, even the students can make the world better. With these words, I can see that environment is our mother. If we protect our mother, my mother will definitely protect us. So with these words, I would like to conclude my views on this conference, and I wish this conference a success. Thank you very much, everybody, sir.
Thank you, sir. Your speech and your thought, your vision was marvelous, sir. I would like to tell world that Dr. DN Singh sir is going to organize in Jharkhand international conference, and he has given me the charge of this conference, and I would like to invite my friend Paula and all the people who is here on this platform, even from my country also, that please submit your thesis, please submit your vision in writing. That will be published in Jharkhand government very soon, and I will intimate you all. And once again, I request you, sir, please give us opportunity of the training, that we are no less than IIM India. So thank you, sir. Now is the time to call legend of education, great person of education, who is the chairman of Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, Hetukar Jha was one of the legend guru professor of India of Patna University. And it is the time to call Dr. Madhukar Jha, sir, who is the chairman and principal of one of the renowned school of Patna GD Goenka Public School. And he has formed a platform in the name of that group, Dr. Hetukar Jha, sir. And Dr. Hetukar Jha, sir, is his father. So welcome, sir, and share your views.
Yes.
Dr. Madhukar Jha, sir.
Good evening, Abhimanyu ji, and colleagues, all persons. I don't know how far my voice is reaching, but
Very
this
clear,
platform,
sir.
what I have
Madhukar, sir, very
created.
clear.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So the platform, what we have created with this Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust is to promote education, awareness, and it should be away from all the pity, you can say, the self-interest. All the learned members, those who are here, the message, not only we should work for academics, but also for the environment and other relevant issues that is most, you can say, required at this century. Apart, like we have a very good workforce, like I'm talking the education, the people, those who are related with education, in getting people from all walks of lives, like people from the administration, people from academics, people from business community, those who are doing quite well, they are on this platform. So my honest request will be that we should come together and work only for the benefit of the society. No charges for any kind to be levied on any member, and we all are free to work under this banner. Apart from that, the suggestions will be welcomed, and we need to come together to come up with the new proposals to take up the assignments in coming future. Teachers training, establishment of schools, working on the health areas of the rural area, and plantation, that is environment. These would be the key issues we will be looking forward to address through this platform. And my sincere thanks to all members, those who are here, and special thanks to the core team members and Dr. Abhimanyu Mishra, who has been the flag bearer of this foundation. So from my side, that's it. Thank you can say, and webinar, and through which we can hear and we can experience so many learned people's view and visions. Thank you from my side, and all the best for everyone.
Thank you, sir. So
Thank you.
now is the time to call a legend, a saint, and highly talented person of Indian soil. We can say that he is true hero of educational society. He is none other than the director of Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust and chairman of Samadhan Bharat Global. My dear learned colleagues, my dear learned members, I would like to tell you that Dr. Himanshu Pandey, sir, is principal of renowned school of India, GD Goenka School, Gaya. And he has left 22 government jobs from Navodaya Vidyalaya, Kendriya Vidyalaya, and bank service. And he has left the job of judicial magistrate. He was selected as a judge in India and he left that job because he is a lover of education. He loves to teach children. My dear Paula from Argentina, I would like to tell you, my dear friend Paula, that he has left government service in India, and government to get government service in India is to get God. So I would like to welcome Honorable, highly respected Dr. Himanshu Pandey, sir, to share his views, sir. Dr. Himanshu Pandey, sir.
Good evening, everyone. The chief guest, DN Singh, sir, the learned participants from different countries, Professor Paula, Abhimanyu sir, Sanjay sir, Nishi ma'am, Manisha ma'am, Reden, Roro, Datta sahab, Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti, Annu Prakash ji, and people from IDYM, and all other, Madhukar Jha sir, of course, I missed, sorry. And then Anjum Qureshi ma'am, Nirmala Devi ma'am from Malaysia, Dr. Kalpana Dikshit, Romal Surana, ANB Noor Ahmad Bangladesh, and all others who are connected here with. So it's really a very say heartening issue that we are here on this for the discussion on this topic. The environmental concern and climate change has been a real concern for all of us. For me, I have been, apart from the student of science, also the student of law. So had understood this from both the sides. So about nature, there's a very important property that we talk about is called homeostatic capacity. The nature has a feature to heal itself. If it's damaged somehow, and if you leave it on its own, so it heals itself. And there are some good news pertaining to it in terms of the that healing of ozone layer, which had been a concern for around 10 years, 15 years back. But now there are some good news from that side that it's almost healed up, or it's healing up, say fairly well. So that is one issue. The other is I'm not talking from the point of view of UNO or WHO. We are talking in terms of the Indian context. If we talk in that term, so there had been various Supreme Court pronouncements. There is a very famous man in India, if somebody who is tracking the legal fraternity in terms of MC Mehta. There are various pronouncements in terms of MC Mehta's cases. And he raised several issues at how to heal environment from different facets. And there is a very important concept of the Supreme Court of India, that is sustainable development. That means because let's have, if I'm not going say longer, there's a law in science. It's called second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that anything you do, you're actually polluting environment. You're actually creating a kind of disorderness in the society. So anything means even if we are breathing, even if we are inhaling, exhaling, even if I am saying something, even if I am seeing over you. So all of these are creating a kind of environmental concern from that side. So that MC Mehta case is stated that though the development and environmental protection should go hand in hand. There should not be a shrugging of shoulders. So we have to manage a balance as to where the development, how the development will go on, and how the environmental protection will be say taken care of. So and on these issues, there had been the UNO's endeavors as well in terms of this carbon credit that we all have had the idea about it. That there are countries which do not have such standardizations of mechanics and automation. They are polluting more by more carbon emissions, and the UNO had come forward in terms of NPT and other covenants. And initially, we in India had been blamed for not signing it, but later we had adhered to the norms, though we didn't sign it because there had been certain norms for it that were not in our favor. It was because the other candidate in the east from us, the Chinese, did not sign. So we also had been forced not to sign that way, but we are protecting it in the best of our efforts. So I'm just forwarding what our chief guest, Honorable DN Singh sir, has said, that what are the takeaway, what we can do from our hands, what we can do. So he had suggested many of the practices that we can start it from our daily routine. We can do it from our home itself, from our bedroom itself, from our study room itself, and then can further the practices so that this protection can be taken into a general part of our life. There's one recommendation by the UNO that in the coming 2030 to 2050, in the coming 20 years time, because the climate change and the environmental impractices, around 3 lakhs of deaths are being estimated over and above the other kinds of deaths, around 3 lakhs. So for that, they have also recommended many of the practices, and those practices include, which Dr. Singh, the chief guest, has also alluded towards. So we in Hetukar Jha Memorial Trust and the Samadhan Bharat Global, and I hope IDYM as well, are also going so that this environmental can be preserved and protected, so that the coming generations could also have the same kind of environment, the same kind of climate which we had opportunity in our time, which we had seen, which we have encountered, because this legacy should go to the coming generations as well. So I request on this global platform to sensitize the future generations, our colleagues, towards this. So with this, I would like to sum up my points. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for bearing. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. And I am watching that Professor Paula, who used to be in our Indian embassy also from Argentina, she is extremely happy and satisfied with your speech, with your vision, sir. So without wasting any time, I would like to call highly respected Honorable R.N. Ojha, sir. Kansiam, sir. please see whether Aran Oja sir is here or not. Aran Oja, I think that Paula madam wants to say something to our honorable guest of honor, Dr. Himanshu Pandey sir. Paula, would you like to give some comment to Dr. Himanshu Pandey sir?
Of course, hello, good morning. I don't know if you could hear me. I had some problems with sound. Maybe you cannot hear me. Is that all right?
Okay.
We can hear you.
Paula,
Great.
am I audible? Would you like to say something to our...
Yes, I could hear every word he was saying, and I totally agree with that. I know you know that I'm a teacher, so my point of view would be as a teacher. I think that we need laws to organize ourselves, to respect, and maybe to show that there is something there that must be done, must be taken care of. So it's organizing from governments and from policies is essential for any country and from any area. And I also think that if we have laws, and these laws come with consciousness, with awareness of the importance of taking care of the water, the earth, of our environment, that is going to be the perfect match. So I totally agree that there are some policies that must be, sometimes the policies exist, but sometimes we don't give them the importance we should. So I think that every person in every single place in our community, in the case of teachers, you know that we have this role of making our students aware of what's the importance of taking care of the environment. Last week, we celebrated Water Day in my institute with the students. And you know that I come from Mendoza, where Mendoza is a province in Argentina where we have serious problems with water. So every tree that is planted in my province has been done with the effort of the community and the people in Mendoza. We have problems with water every single summer from the very beginning of our existence. So it's like little by little, we have become conscious on the care that we must have when we are using water. And sometimes we think that we have to do huge actions. And I think that the important thing is the little actions. Last year, we celebrated Water Day in the Institute with my students, and we were doing group work, and we were talking about the importance of water for our life, for our daily life, for our health, for everything. And I got surprised how much they knew about that and how conscious little kids were about the taking care of water in any situation. So I think that wherever we are, at the university, in our house, with our children, in the family, in our community, in our schools, we have to work to make people conscious of the importance of taking care of water, of the earth, of the planet, of the environment. I just want to share with you something very short to see the work that we have done with our students. So let me share. Can I share the screen? There it is. Wait a second. That's it. There. Wait a sec. Sorry. There. Yes. I cannot hear.
मिश्रा जी एक बार मीटिंग से बाहर जाइए और मीटिंग में फिर वापस आइए, क्योंकि तब आपका नेटवर्क सही होगा. एक बार मीटिंग से बाहर जाके अंदर आइए.
I cannot hear, sorry.
मिश्रा जी एक बार एग्जिट कीजिए ना जूम मीटिंग, और उसके बाद फिर वापस आइए.
Well, that's our work. How we celebrated Water Day in our school, and you see, maybe it is just a simple class, not that simple, because we were talking, we were sharing, and we could see that the future is going to be better because children are more aware than we were at their age. So giving them these spaces to share, to reflect, to think upon the importance of taking care of the environment will also help to respect laws, as Dr. Pandey was saying, to organize, to improve the laws that we already have, and to be a more respectful human beings with our environment. So thank you very much for this opportunity. You know that I love being here with you, always learning and sharing with you and all the people that I have met through these years in this platform. Thank you very much. I'm truly grateful.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much. It was very great presentation by you. Now I like to invite Nisi ma'am. I think Amanuji has got disconnected, so we have to take care. Nisi ma'am, can you please?
Yeah, I've unmuted myself. A very good morning and good evening.
Yeah.
A very good morning and good evening. I believe I'm talking to delegates of 60 countries. So somewhere in the morning, somewhere in the afternoon, and somewhere in the evening. So very good evening to all delegates of 60 countries. It is a great opportunity for me to speak on such a esteemed dais where such esteemed members are there. So without wasting much time, and my greetings to everybody, and especially Dr. Sahai, I think DN Singh sir, then Madhukar sir, then Pandey sir. You have spoken very nicely, and I totally agree with you. And one thing I would just say, that Paula, the way she spoke and the way she showed us the presentation, teachers and school leaders have a greater role to play, because they are shaping the future. And when we teach them today why, they will definitely know what and how. Right. So the most important thing about today, when we are talking about environment, I hope I'm loud enough and clear enough. Right. And so most important aspect of today's talk is environmental and degradation and climate change. So environmental degradation, if we talk, most of the human activities contribute to this. So I think we have to be human enough to understand this and make people sensitive to this. And the great leader of our country said, Gandhiji, that nature has enough for its need, but not for the greed. I think if this message is cut across people to all countries, I think our work is done. And if it does not have enough for the greed, then greed needs to be curbed. And most important aspect of this sustainable development and future is that we need to be kind and we need to be sensitive. We need to be kind to each other and we need to be kind to resources, because if we are not kind, we are not leaving anything for the future. And either it is UN Sustainable 17 goals or global goals, or it is each one plant one tree, or anything which reaches from class to Mars, it has to do with environment, because very important why of today is that if not now, then when? And with this, I think I'll sum up my saying, because The Ensing sir said that each one should plant one tree. And the best way to do this is that when school leaders and teachers can tell children that instead of getting a or instead of getting a cake or cutting a cake, it is better that you plant a sapling on your birthday. That would be great. And also, I think Hetukarja Memorial Trust is going to do this in the month of April, where we are going to do a plantation drive in the village, and we are going to sensitize people. Though village people are not so naive as us, they do sustain and they do develop and they do maintain and they do protect forests and trees. But somehow or the other, when we start living in the cities, we become literate and become and exhibit our most illiterate feature, that we are not sensitive to our environment. So I think there are so many things that we can do. We can have carpools, any everyday activity, as I think Mr. Pandey said, that we need to look up and we need to think, and it is not very difficult. And let us carry this activity together, and together we will, and together we shall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was very great to hear you, because you said that everyone should plant one tree, and this is the need of hour. And not only
Thank you,
everyone should
ma'am.
plant
Thank you.
Okay. Continue, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please continue.
Yes. I would like to tell all my learned colleagues and members of this platform that Dr. Nisi Singh ma'am is very great principal of Patna. She is popularly known as Barbie doll, Queen of Patna in the field of education. And I have seen that enough people gathered in our campus and the educational field of Patna. Salute to you, ma'am. Now it's the time to welcome young, dynamic, highly talented, and renowned principal of one of the great school of Patna, that is Radiant International School of Patna. And I would like to welcome highly talented, young, intelligent, and dynamic principal, that is Manisha Sinha ma'am. Manisha Sinha ma'am is the one more queen of Patna educational field. Welcome, ma'am. She is Memorial Trust and Samadhan for share your views, ma'am.
Thank you, Abhimanyu ji, for the lavish praises. Namaskar, everyone, and good morning, good evening to the wonderful speakers and wonderful guests on this platform. And it's indeed an honor for us to be connected to discuss such an important issue, that is environment. Because environment is something which we take for granted. We never act in our day-to-day life, we actually never sit back and think, is this important? How is it contributing to our very lives, very living, very being in this world? And maybe we sat back and we realized this when COVID happened and everything in the world stopped and came to a standstill. When the earth started healing and people started feeling the difference, then maybe we realized for some time. But then once things came back to normal, we have again moved on. But we need to protect this thing more than the golds and the diamonds and the whatever precious stones that we have. We need to protect this environment more than what we are, the things that we have at our homes. Because out of the 8 planets that we have now, or the 5,500 exoplanets that we have, there is no chance of developing any environment anywhere else. So it has to be here, it has to be, and it has to be now. There is no tomorrow. We cannot wait for a tomorrow ki we will do this tomorrow onwards. We will stop using using our private vehicles and get into carpools tomorrow. We'll use less water tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. It has to start now, and it has to start with full vengeance. It cannot be that one person will lead the show and the others will keep sitting and clapping for them. That time has gone off. Because when the first environment convention was held in 1972 in Stockholm, ever since then there are things which have been developing, things which has been happening, but consciousness has come in a select group of people, but still we have a long way to go, especially if we talk about the existing laws. I was just going through few laws. Mr. Himanshu Pandey would be able to speak better on that, but I just was going through few laws. But what I realized that the existing laws do focus on specific types of pollution, and I'm talking about the entire world. So they focus on specific types of pollution, on specific categories of hazardous substances, but major areas are still not covered. And everybody has realized that we need to now plant more trees. We need to not to pollute the rivers. We need to take care of the environment, less pollution. But the question which I feel is the burning question as of now is, what do we do with the kind of waste and the kind of harmful chemicals that is being generated due to our modernization, due to the various innovations. So somewhere we need to now understand that the call of the time is to make people aware about the consequences and develop ways how we can minimize the waste generation. So, and in this series, when we talk about the sustainable development goals in the 2030 agenda for SDG at UN, if we go through the goals, the 17 SDGs, we realize that lots of SDG goals, whether it is goal number 6, which talks about clean water and sanitation, or SDG goal number 7, which talks about affordable and clean energy, or maybe we talk about the sustainable cities and communication in goal number 11, or the responsible consumption in goal number 12. We talk about the climate action in goal number 13, or life below water in goal number 14. Whatever we talk about, everything zeroes down to the protection of environment. We do lots of activities in the school when it is, as Paula ma'am also showed us, that World Water Day. There is a activity going on in the classroom. There are otherwise also, when we have the Earth Day, we have the Ozone Day, we start speaking more and we start talking about it. But we are not continuously doing it. My issue is, we plant the trees. Yes, there is a plantation drive. We go, we do the plantation. Now the pledge has to be taken that those plants have to be taken care of. That's very, very important. I believe that we have done a lot of good work in these schools. The school leaders have realized their responsibilities. They have done a very, very good work when it comes to the students becoming aware of this. But now is the time when the awareness is set in. Let us pull them out of the classrooms to actually work for this. That's one major thing which I feel. And in this, why I realize that the children, we have made them aware, because few days back, now as summer has set in India, so a few days back, I was talking to one of my niece, and she's a 7-year-old girl. And she just asked me, Ki, what are you going to do now? I said, since it's very hot and I've just come back from work, I'm going to take a bath. She asked me, did you take a bath in the morning? I said, yes. So she was like, if you have taken a bath already, do you need to waste water? And then I realized that yes, we, for our comfort, for our physical, we are not understanding where in all these small instances also we are wasting water. I then realized that if we talk about 40 years back, there was no question of whether the clean water is available. Today, there in big cities, various places, their water is limited, clean water. And I think after a few years, maybe as we have started carrying the bottles of sanitizer, we would start carrying a bottle filled with water, and we would just be spraying ourselves and to clean ourselves up. So it's high time we all need to come together, and we all need to now pull out, as I told, awareness. The time for awareness, setting awareness is over. Now the time for actual action has come in. And for this, we need to work out, we need to devise ways of how the waste disposal has to happen. Because uh, we do a cleanliness drive, let us clean the river. The garbage is all collected, the plastic waste is collected, and it's kept in a place. Again, it will after few days it will again go back, or it would be drained into the river again. So these are small instances where which for which I would ask this platform to actually get into action. And the awareness part is, I believe, over. And with this, I would end my case. Thank you so much.
Wow, great, ma'am. Superb. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Very nice. Now it's the time to call highly renowned professor of English and author of English from Jharkhand, Ranchi. That is none other than Professor Ajay Jha sir. Professor Ajay Jha sir, stage is yours. Please share your views. And we must take care of our time also. Thank you. Professor Ajay Jha sir.
He's in mute mode. Call the next speaker, Sanjay Sinha, sir. Misra ji, call Sanjay sir.
Ha. Okay. I think that Professor Ajay Jha sir is busy. Now is the time to invite highly experienced principal of India, Bihar. He has served DAV more than 35 years as principal. Now he is director of Sophia International School, Sivan. Dr. Sanjay Sinha, sir. Sir, stage is yours, and please share your views. Dr. Sanjay Sinha, sir.
Good evening, everyone. And just I wish to thanks the organizers for selecting this topic, and congratulations to all the group, that is HJMT, Hetuka Jha Memorial Trust, IDYM, and Samadhan Bharat Global. Really, the merging is a very good step for making the platform bigger. But I do find all the old friends over there. I'm so happy. Under the agenda, I could see there were 11 topics, 11 points, and all are connected. Mainly, they are covering what? They are covering various effects of pollution or some remedial things and laws, etc. I wish to add further one more thing. To start with, I will go for two definitions. One is health, because pollution is directly affecting health. And WHO has given that definition of health as a state of being physically, and socially fit. What is this socially? Means if you are fit, if you are healthy physically and mentally, then you should be acceptable to society also. That means it's a broader sense. I added that time one more words to that, and I'm tell you, I was very satisfied. And whosoever my seniors and others, when I showed this, they appreciated it. What was that? The state of being physically, mentally, socially, and spiritually fit. That is health. Now come to pollution. What is pollution? Pollution is any human activity which disturbs the ecological balance, natural balance. That is pollution. Usually we divide this pollution into what? Air pollution, water pollution, land pollution, or soil pollution, and noise pollution. Uh, Here again, we have to add the one more thing: mind pollution. Why I'm insisting on this? Because in the name of progress linked problems, that our earlier speaker, even Himanshuji has mentioned this, in the name of progress linked problems, we have to progress. And for doing that, we have, for achieving those things, we have to compromise with the natural resources. No, it cannot be done that way, because we know that we are making cities, expanding cities, making roads, buildings, anything. But why? Why it is creating pressure? One thing is there: the population. Population is increasing. That's why pressure is on those resources or use of those resources. But again, population is a localized problem. The same problem cannot be in other country or other place. That's why we have to see that all progress linked problems, starting with food. We had green revolution. Every country has have been trying to achieve this, that at least food should be available to their population. In doing that, agriculture, you can say the waste, or rather when we are using pesticide, when we are using uh, fertilizers, we are creating some problem to the natural balance. As it was said earlier by one of the speaker, nature can heal up. It itself, it is very balancing system is there in nature, and they can heal up. If there is a damage, they can do control it. But when we are enforcing those things, that is a problem. I can give you one example. Have you heard about Minamata? Minamata is a disease which was first found in Japanese, the coast, living in the coastal areas. Their fingers, the digits, all the 20 digits, whether of hands or the legs, no, they got distorted. It was affecting those things. They were not able to hold a thing. Hmm? Our great strength of our hand is what? We can hold something. And Minamata was disturbing those things. It has disturbed. So what was the reason? Entry of mercury in the bodies. How it was there? Because of industrial waste. It has uh, percolated down to, from you can say, from drainage to rivers to the coastal areas and up to the sea. And that was the reason when they were eating those fishes and all those things, the sea products, they suffered it. In the same way, you must have heard about DDT entering into the body system. So again, DDT is nothing. You know what was the pesticide use? How to check these things? Judicious use of resources. We always say judicious use of resources. We have to do this judicious. How? That is awareness program. Otherwise, decrease of forest or declining of biological diversity will be there. You know, in food chain, we always say, what is food chain? The, the passage, the transfer of energy from one trophic level to another trophic level. And this is what it shows, that it is not only the energy is not passing, those harmful chemicals is also passing that way. And you know, another speakers, they were telling about the how to make aware. The students are aware now. We are making it aware every. We have understood the problems, and that's why we are making it aware. I do remember one day, one of my students, he came to me, a student of class 9. And sir, usually they give on their birthdays, they give the toffees to even principal and the teachers and friends. That day she came with one of the saplings and she told me, sir, I wish that please accompany us. I wish to plant these saplings in our garden, school garden. It is really stuck to me. It was very touching. I felt very nice about these things that we can do this. And we created one corner in our this one campus was very big. It is 4 acres campus, and there we created one this one area for all the students. And we announced it on their birthday. They can put the saplings over there. But as it was said, plant a tree is not enough. We have to protect the tree. And as it was said earlier also, that carpooling, vehicle emission should be regularly checked. Carpooling should be done. We should not only plant the tree, we have to protect the tree. And awareness is there. We have to use the judiciously how to help the child, how to help the society, and we can go further. But the main reason, as I said in the definition of health and pollution, that our mind should not be polluted. We should be sincerely, we should put our efforts on that. Attitude should be right. Honesty should be there in implementation of laws or anything like that. And sincerity will, of course, sincere efforts will result into good good show. Not only show, the good result will be there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very nice. Very aptly you said, sir. One should not pollute one's mind. Thank you, sir. Once again, Professor Ajay Shah, sir, if you're here, if you're audible, hearing me, if you're audible, sir, it's your turn. Professor Ajay Shah, sir. Ajay Shah, sir.
I'm right in the middle of Chhath celebrations, right? So I'll have to make it sweet and short. I was listening to all of the conversations. I just need to point. Am I audible?
Okay. Now it's the time.
Please proceed.
Welcome Miss Pooja,
तीसरा जी आपका
renowned
बहुत
CBSE trainer from
अजय जी को कंटिन्यू कर
Jharkhand.
दीजिए
She is one of the pillar of Rajkamal Vidya Mandir.
Am I audible?
Ajay sir, please continue.
I just need to make one small point regarding all this climate change thing.
You can switch off the video, sir, if you are not feeling comfortable. No problem. Yeah, please continue, sir.
Okay, am I visible?
Yeah, you are visible. Please go ahead.
I just need to make 2 points that this is the time when it is now or never. Humanity faces a common threat unless we present a united challenge to this threat, unless we rise above parochial interests, unless we stop the internecine war between countries, between communities, between castes. We ignore this nonsense and we unite against the common threat. It's going to come for all of us, irrespective of country, irrespective of borders. And we need to present the right example, adult examples for our children. We can't afford to have streetlights in daytime. What kind of messages do our children get? We need to stop this nonsense. We need to get things done. That's the only small thing I can do at this moment. I personally, myself, I ride a bicycle. If I have to go local distances, I take just half a bucket to bathe. Please this is not self-praise. I'm making my bit for the contribution for the environment. I want the rest to follow me. We need sacrifices. Mother Earth wants us to make sacrifices. We need to stop putting greed over need. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Is it done, sir? Anju ma'am?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Can you hear me? Please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Getting some network issue.
Okay.
You can call Peter Rajput sir now.
Sir, but Pooja ma'am from the first lot, I think she has not finished. I just saw the list.
Pooja ma'am, yeah, call Pooja ma'am. Yes, yes.
After that, we can go for the second slot. Yes, Pooja ma'am, you are there. Yeah, Pooja ma'am, please continue.
Yeah, Pooja ma'am.
Very good evening and good morning to everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I would like to thank the organizers of this program, Idym, Abhimanyu Mishra sir, and my greetings to each and every participants, especially Madhukar Jha sir, Abhimanyu sir, Himanshu Pandey sir, DN Singh sir, Manisha ma'am, and Nishi ma'am, and everybody. So we are talking about our mother nature and environment. So we are Bharati, and this slok is coming in my brain. Definitely, I will say, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, Sarve shantu niramaya, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukha bhag bhavet. So we believe in making everybody happy, and we pray for that. I'm very happy to listen. Everybody was talking about the awareness, especially Nishi ma'am. She said to encourage the children for planting the trees. Manisha ma'am, she said now it's time for the practice, regular practice. It should be in regular practice, and action should be done. Dr. Sanjay sir, he said planting the trees is not enough. We should protect the trees also. So we all are educators, we all are learned people. If we will pass on the same culture to the next generation, definitely before cutting a tree, they will think 1,000 times how to protect that tree. And if it is necessary, so before cutting, they will plant at least 5 to 6 trees before cutting one tree. So waste is something which is, I'm talking about waste management. It is something which is unusual, not useful. Something should be which should be removed. So why waste management is important? I would love to say this sentence, which is very important for us. Every year, we are dumping massive 2.12 billion tons of waste on our Mother Earth. So because of this, waste management is very important. It means the reduction of the worst effect of waste on humans, other creatures of the nature, as well as the environment. So when we are talking about environment, other creatures are also important, because it doesn't environment is not for us only. It belongs to all the creatures of nature. So waste, as a citizen of our country, what we can do for the waste management? We can take small steps to bring a big change. Like, we should avoid using plastics, try to use paper bags and cloth bags, purchase wisely, not to dump the things at home, make compost pit, and encouraging people to make compost pit, avoid use of single plastic for beverages and everything. Vocal for local. If we will be vocal for the local products, we may avoid the use of plastics for the packaging. Using soft copies in place of using papers, reduction of using papers. These things, small steps we can do as a citizen. Now, as an educator, as a facilitator, what we can do? We can encourage our children to reduce, reuse, and recycle. 3 R's, RRR. So each and every student of the country, if they will do this RRR, definitely our mother earth will smile and will shine. So one more thing which we can do to correlate the environment with the education. शिक्षा का संस्कृति से नाता, जय जननी जय भारत माता. With these words, I'm ending my speech. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Wow, great, superb, ma'am. Now I would like to invite young dynamic principal of Patna, Gopal Vidyarthi ji. Gopal Vidyarthi ji, are you here? Gopal Vidyarthi ji. Okay. Dr. Pushkal Giri ji. Dr. Pushkal Giri ji. No. Now it's time to welcome highly talented young Anu Prakash ji, one of the mentor of Samadhan Bharat Global. Anu Prakash ji. Anu Prakash ji, are you here? Anu Prakash.
The writing is not there. We can go for the next slot then. I think we have already finished with the speakers in the first slot.
Anju ma'am.
Yes, I am here.
Dr. Pushkal Giri or Gopal Vidyarthi ji is here.
No, sir, I'm seeing the list. I can't see them here.
Okay, now it's the time to call Anu Prakash ji. Anu Prakash ji, are you here? Anu Prakash. Anju ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. But I think Anu Prakash, you're calling, he's also not seen in the list. He's not seen in the list, sir. I'm checking the list with the participants.
So, slot 1 is over. I think that again I am calling Gopal Vidyarthi ji, Pushkal Giri ji or Anu Prakash. If anyone is here, please share your views. Otherwise, slot 1, I will declare slot 1 is over. And all participants of Samadhan Bharat Global and Iepac Memorial Trust, you may stay here or you may leave the group. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Abhimanyu, sir, for taking over the first slot. And so, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Dr. Anjali Kaveshi, and I welcome you all for today's conference. And the first slot was taken over by Abhimanyu, sir, and it was a very great session going on. So let us go with the second slot. We'll start with the second slot now. And I know we have many people joining, especially from other countries. And because of the time zone, I know it's very late over there. But for the second slot, I would like to first start with Dr. T.K. Rajput, sir. Yes, sir, is always there, the strongest pillar of Idym and the person who has been with us right from the inception of Idym. So please take over the session.
Thank you so much. Very, very namaste, good evening, good afternoon to everybody. I'm audible, Dr. Anju?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I was listening very quietly. The great personalities who have joined from the Samadhan Bharat Global and Iepac Memorial Trust, and the way Abhimanyu sir has ensured that all the wonderful people from different part, including the entire from Bihar, Jharkhand, different part of the entire India has come, and I was listening very carefully about their insights. So I take the last point which my last speaker spoken about it, RRR, right? And RRR has already proved that I can get the Oscar. So that was there. So that Pooja ma'am, which you have already said about it, that and this is the RRR where we can take care for the environmental part also. So I take your words very well. And with this, I open my talk. Would like to say something which is very important, because there are the 11 points have been given, and where 61 countries, important personalities are here, which are speaking on the things and on talking about the global warming. And I will just take one minute of the entire topic, because I love to speak on these parts. So first is the global warming and climate change and how to handle it. It's a very wonderful topic, and I will say that for this it is a keep calm and let's save the earth. This is the slogan which is there and there. So treat our planet, this is our planet, like we want to be treated. That's why we say that you treat your people the way you want to be treated. Same way it is applicable for the planet. Let our negativity to be burned, not our mother earth. Our negativity should be burned, but we should not be burning our mother earth. So that in that way we will be able to take care for the global warming. And to handle these issues, which other speakers already spoken, I just like to repeat on this, using the renewable energy, increasing energy efficiency, and reducing the waste and the consumptions. Planting trees, which is very important. We speak about it, that how we are planting it, but how the things are happening. Today, what the thing is, the global warming is changing. In the month of March, why the snowballs are coming down? We never ever thought that the snowballs will be there in the eastern part of the UP. Right? There is a 3 seasons are there. That is the reason Corona is coming up. I'm talking about the India per se. That is a warm season. There's a cold also, and there's the rain also. So in one day, you can see all the 3 things together. This is an effect of the global warming, and that is the reason it is again increasing the Corona. So which have to be handled, and the actions has to be taken very well. Second point is that reimagine, recreate, and restore the natural health. Right. So the need or the R is to recover all recycled waste, and it is critical that we restore our natural ecosystem, as they can not only take care for the thing, but they can help us also. So a lot of the wastage is happening, and if you are able to take care actions on that, restoring the things, it will take care for the climate change part. Using the natural fertilizers. Today, all the pesticides have been there in that, and we are not using it. So the pest control, natural fertilizer has to be taken care. Growing more diverse crops. Today we are talking about the artificial intelligence, which is coming in the agriculture also. We are talking about something more augmented reality, because the technology is taking care. So if you like to put the things can be changed. Using the value of the solar system. Solar system is one of the things where the God has given so much of the light to us. Let us utilize the solar system, which is very important. The third point was beach air solution. So the more pollution in the sky, the more nature's die. That is very, very clear. Because when we talk about own country and the capital of the country, right, that is Delhi. Delhi is the most polluted. It comes in the entire range. It is the number 4th in the entire world. If you see for the polluted part, that is the thing which is happening. So the more pollution in the sky, the more nature is dying. That's the reason that more people are suffering with the respiratory disease, and asthma is taking up. So this is the repercussion of that, which is a serious issue for the health. There are many actions can be taken using energy efficient appliances, using the personal vehicles, using public transportation, and significantly reduce the air pollution. Planting trees again in the houses also we can plant trees. The people nowadays they are in the flat system. So there also they can have the small trees which can be taken care, which is going to give us the natural oxygen, which is very important. The next part was the decrease of the forest cover and how to revive it. It was a very old saying by Mr. Warren Buffett. Right, I remember that, and I want to tell it here. Someone sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree long time ago. And this is not my wording. This is the wordings of Mr. Warren Buffett, one of the very, very big conglomerate owner. And Albert Einstein also said long ago, look deep into the nature, and then we will understand it better. So if you start seeing it, we'll be able to understand it. And why it is very appropriable? Because during the summer, why we like to go to the hill station? Why we like to go to the forest area? Why we don't want to go to the area where the concrete jungle is there? These are differences there. So deforestation is a major issue that contributes to the climate change. Loss of the biodiversity and the other environmental problems are coming due to that reason. So which are the ways which we can take care? We can take care in the 2 ways, that we shall start involving and renewing the trees which were covered, through the planting the young trees. And at the same time, wherever this forest was there and we have cut it, we can ensure that new forest can be taken care. And that is the reason it is going to help. Today, Finland is one of the countries where there is 75% of the forestation is there. That is one of the examples which tells about it, that yes, if the people they start working on it, the things can be changed. Yes. Then the next point was biological diversity and how to maintain it. So I like to add it here. The more variety, the better society. Again, the more variety. So the welfare of the human being is deeply linked to the nature. Protect the wildlife, which is important. Give the clean energy, which we all have spoken. Prevent the pandemic. I've given an example of now Corona, which is spreading up. So ban the trading of the birds and mammals. You know what China did it and how it has been spread like anything. Help the forest fight climate change and avoid emissions of the gases, and the factory must be shifted. I'm talking about this very important point. Factory should not be in the premises of the city area like that. Today, we are developing the airport, which is 40 kilometers far away from the city. If you talk about, except the Delhi airport, we talk about the Bangalore airport, Hyderabad airport, you talk about the other important airport. They are not in the city. Why? It has been developed 40 kilometers far. If you go to Singapore, Changi airport, it is very, very far about it. So these are the things are there which we can take care, right? And it will be taken care of in that way. Then the environmental laws and policies. The major problem in the world are the result of the difference between the nature works and the way people think. We think in our own way because we are very clear that what we want to have, but nature doesn't want that. And that is the reason Corona has shown that you have not respect to the nature and the nature has not respected you. So these laws and policies has to be very clear. It should not only be spoken, but it has to be written down. It has to be implemented. And public and private actors must be educated. Here I like to have public and private actors. When I said public and private actors means the people who have the say, the government officials who have the say, the leaders who have the say, they must be talking about this and they must be involving about it. If we as an educator, if you as an educator are putting the things, then it should come directly from the leaders who are coming. Today, our respected Prime Minister is talking about the climate change. Wherever he goes, he talk about that part. He was at the Somnin Bharat. Why he is talking about it? Because he is aware about it. The things are getting worse and we cannot live with the worst thing. We have to have the best thing. We are going to be the $5 trillion economy by 2025. But in this way, we have to change ourselves. Then the next point was on the renewable and green energy. So renewable energy is a clear winner when it comes to boosting the economy of creating jobs. Yes, today the things are getting changes. Regulated transparent power agreements are happening. Specific clean energy climate incentives are coming up. Wind energy is one of the things are there. Biomass from the plants which is there, which has been taken care, provide that, and it is also providing a lot of the job opportunities to there. I'm in Gujarat, I'm in Ahmedabad. Believe you me, every third house, every third bungalow, they are having the solar system. And the solar system, if they have, and in our Ahmedabad, the population is almost 75 lakhs, right? Out of 75 lakhs, they have at least more than 10 lakhs bungalows are there. So when the bungalows are there, people are helping it because it is increasing the job thing. So solar things is really helping us so that the people are able to take care for the part. Then two more things are left over. One is the marine pollution, because pollution of the air or land, whatever the pollution is, ultimately where it goes, it lands in the sea. I repeat, the pollution of the air or the land, it always lands in the sea. And that is the reason we are talking about Swachh Ganga, this Ganga, that Ganga, and you know that what we are talking about our Varanasi, how the things are getting changed. This is one of the examples. Everywhere the things are getting changed. So to stop the marine pollution and the damage which has been getting caused, we have to conserve the water. Ajay Jha Sahab was talking very well. He take half bucket of the water to take bath. Very, very, I really respect you, sir. We also do the same thing. I like to add it here that whenever we are going and taking the full glass of water in the hotel, I always stop. I said, you please pour just half a glass of the water. If the person requires, he or she will order it. Instead of giving a full glass of water, a full bottle, let us take a small bottle of 300 ml, which can quench the thirst. In that way, we'll be able to save a lot, which is there conserving the water. Choose non-toxic chemicals, which are very important. And the thing is properly dispose of the waste, because we talk about the 3 ways of disposing the things. Today, every day, in our India, there is an advertisement is going on that where the wet waste has to be there, where is the solid waste has to be there. This is the way we are educating the people. But if you are educating the people, are we implementing it or not? It is very important, because first you, if you are teaching it, first you ensure it should going to happen from your side. So it is very important that we should be adhering this part, which is a basic requirement. Then coming to the waste management, which is the last and the ultimate point. So when we refuse to reuse, it is the earth we abuse. I repeat it, when we refuse to reuse the thing, recycle the things, recycle the paper, using the things, it is to the earth we are abusing it, and we cannot abuse our mother earth, because whatever it is, in Hindu mythology, we say that our entire body is made of 5 tons, right? And it is all going to be there. So we have to take care, and the waste management, which involves implementing the various waste management systems and processes in order to reduce the waste and increase the recycling. Collections of the waste management, waste sorting has to be there, waste disposal has to be there. These are the important things which has to be taken care. And last but not the least, that environmental friendly product, which Madam was talking about, we should not be using about the plastic bag. We should carry our own bag. We should take the paper bag. So we are not above nature. We are a part of the nature. So we have to do something to drastically cut the use of the plastic, right? One of the best ways to use is that use the environmental friendly product, which we can make sure to have the sustainable materials. You can look, we all can look for the product as certified as being co-friendly, meaning they can meet the certain environmental standards, which are the very, very important thing. See, I can talk for an hours about it, because there are a lot of the things can be spoken, right? But these are the beautiful points are there, which I just pick up from Pooja ma'am, from Jha sir, and all important people like Professor Paula has shown that thing. So all the wonderful people which have shown about it. So it was a summarization of entire thing which we are talking about it. And I always say that change starts from our side. We are the change person. If we are able to do the change, right, we can implement that in our society. It should start from our home. It will spread to my colony. It will spread to my other places. That is the way the change is going to happen, right? The schools, of course, they are doing it, and I really respect a lot of the teachers, lot of the principals. They are adhering to this part. They are putting their best of the best effort to talk on the climate change. Believe you me, my salutations to them, and people are respecting that part, because when we are able to nurture the same thing from a small child, maybe he or she is not doing in her home, but if the teacher or the principal is putting it, I think that can make a total difference. That is a basic requirement of the climate change. And ultimately, our mother who has given us birth, but the mother who stays us, that is the Mother Earth. So we have to respect both the mother, and mothers are mothers. It has to be respected. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful speech. And yes, of course, like always, you speak your words are really valuable, very inspiring. And of course, sir, as you said, if we want to change something, we have to change ourselves. That is the very first step where we start. Thank you very much, sir. And with us, I have, of course, the next speaker, Ms. Nirmala Devi, ma'am, from Malaysia, is the ma'am. Nirmala Devi, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anjum Qureshi. It is indeed a great pleasure to meet you here in this platform. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to Dr. Rajput, IDYM Foundation, Mr. Ravi Shankarji, guest of honors, educators, and I see few students here. So everyone, greetings to everyone. Well, today I'm going to talk about waste management and recycling from my very end, from my school setting. I'm an educator teaching in an elementary school, where it is not an easy task actually to train the young ones in order to carry out matters related to recycling, waste management. It looks so huge for them. So what I did was, as the baby steps, last year for the past 6 months, so I collaborated actually with the local NGO, Malaysia Nature Society, and also globally in Sochana project in order to train my students in the school to learn about waste management and recycling. So as the first step, I gave them information like what Rajput sir said just now, that as an educator, as educators, principal, we need to give education, information for the students. So they will definitely try to listen and try to follow whatever we are saying. So as the first step, I actually taught them how to go about, understanding what is recycling, waste management, what types of plastic materials, papers or aluminum or glass bottles, whatever they can recycle. So our focus was in going towards reducing and refusing using of plastics materials in terms of plastic bottles, containers, bowls, forks, spoons, or whatever we are using for our daily use. So due to that, so we have to train them through arts and craft. So we introduce them with, arts, ask them to draw what types of materials that they can recycle, ask them to color. So we held it like competition. Then from that basic information, we actually ask them to bring many plastic waste from their home. And then they have to be educated, where we taught them how to clean up the plastic waste, to dry them and put them in any other boxes to bring to school on every Wednesday for about 20 minutes prior to the lessons. In the morning, we will collect. We have a students committee where the students, around 8 of them, will be standing at the assembly area, and they will be in charge of collecting the plastic waste from the students of 300 students in the morning session. So the students are 10 to 12 years old students. I'm talking about the morning session. So they'll be collecting, and then we call the recyclers to collect the materials, and we send for recycling. And apart from that, we also train our students how to reuse of the plastics in order to make prototype. So we managed to join in few competitions, and one of the competitions we managed to get the 4th placing in the international level, and also 2nd placing in international level in Suchana project, UNSTG international project. So by doing this, we managed to collect around 100 kilograms of plastic waste, and also we managed to generate some money for the club. So with this, what I'm trying to say is that we as educators, it is not easy to train the students, but it is not impossible. So we can always train them and make them aware that plastic materials are harmful, not only for the environment, but also for the health, as well as for the sea creatures. So all the plastic materials need to be discarded, disposed carefully in order not to be polluting the environment and eventually end up in oceans and seas. So Dr. Anju, may I share a slide to show the glimpses of what we have done?
Yes, ma'am, but just maintain the time limit, that's all. Please.
Okay. All right. So dear educators, so these are some of the photos taken from the project that I mentioned. So it was a great success where the students learn how to recycle the plastic, what type of plastic materials they can recycle. Instead of using plastic bags, they can use tote bags. They have been trained in some other activities, how to make tote bags using used t-shirts. And these are some of the prototypes they make in order to use for their other purposes at home or at school. And some of the students are, bringing the plastic waste from homes, apart from collecting plastic waste from school. And we also carry out talks, webinars, and the students attended local, professionally conducted webinars a few times in order to learn more apart from our teaching. So our school just opened last week. So I plan to carry out these activities from April onwards. So this will be, I'm going to take this project at another level where more collaborations, more engagements, and more prototypes. And I'm planning to carry this program at a bigger level because the students have been educated. It was difficult at the first time, but now the students are more or less they understood regarding what are their roles in order to save the environment. Apart from this, we also have done World Water Day collaboration. So soon we are looking forward for World Earth Day celebration and World Environmental celebration. So I have been engaging with UN SDG projects with many educators around the globe, especially educators from India. They have many fabulous, wonderful projects related to SDG goals. So these are the knowledge that I've gained for the past few years, and I'm engaging my local educators as well as my students. So these are some of the information that I would like to share related to waste management and recycling. There's no time to talk, so we have to take actions. So these are some of the small actions I've taken, and I hope I can expand this idea with many other schools locally and also globally through collaborations. So I guess that's all from me. As an educator, I'm doing all whatever I can in most of the SDGs of UN SDGs projects. So many of the supporters are from educators and students around the globe, especially from India. I have many friends who are here, staying in India, and we have been collaborating closely in many SDG projects. That's all from me. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share our project in engaging and empowering our students to learn in taking care of the environment. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, it's like that is really a wonderful initiative that has been taken by you. And it is very easy to speak, but it is very hard to do. And you have been doing a really great job at educating the students about this. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining with us and sharing your views. Nextly, I would like to call one more
thank you, ma'am.
Person from, yes, Dr. Shama Hussain is there with us. Nextly, I would like to call upon Dr. Shama Hussain from Oman.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, all the respected honorable members over here. Our Mr. Ravi, Idym Foundation. Hi, Rajput Bhai, glad to see you here. Glad to see you. So everyone, all of you wonderful friends, Rajarao Garu, everyone, all of you, great welcome. And we are sharing here today a very interesting topic. I know each and everyone knows everything about environment. There is nothing to talk about. I have one question to ask to everyone. What is the difference between developing countries and underdeveloped country? Or developed country and underdeveloped country? Let us take this way. Underdeveloped country and developed. Underdeveloped country and developed. What's the difference? In terms of environment, you can see economy. Dr. Sharma, everyone knows that what a silly question you're asking. I'm not asking silly question. I'm asking in terms of environment, my dear friends. So what is the difference? We all know so much of knowledge, but knowledge is not converting into actions. So my question here is the difference. If we know the difference, we can make the difference. If we know the difference, we can make the difference. We are here. This conference is not just for knowing the notes which we studied already in schools, colleges, and universities. But here, we are here to bring out the change in us. No need for others. Let's be the first change makers. So the first difference that I would like to say here is underdeveloped countries don't have even water. They don't get water. They go miles. If you look at the African countries, if you look at Somalia and all, they drink mud water. They don't get water, they go miles to get the water. And the developing countries, they don't have air to breathe. Do you know that? They don't have air to breathe. We are so technologically highly sophisticated that our pollution is so much. When we talk about Bangalore, oh my God, you're in Bangalore? My place is Bangalore. So you're in Bangalore, oh my God, too much of pollution over there. So this is the first thing people talks about. So who got this pollution? Who brought this pollution? Why not in America and in those countries? And this is what we are. We should understand the difference. Underdeveloped countries and developing countries and developed countries are on the same standards right now. We are all on the same standards. It's what is the reason behind it? The only reason is it's not that we don't know chemistry, physics, or biology. We know everything. We know how the global warming is caused. We know how acid rain is caused. When carbon dioxide reacts with the water, it forms carbonic acid. When nitrogen dioxide reacts with the water, it forms nitric acid. When sulfur dioxide reacts with the water, it forms sulfuric acid. These are all the acids. We know everything. But here the main component is our greed, my dear friends. Our greed. Our nature is sufficient. Please note this point, that our nature is sufficient to fulfill our needs. But it is not sufficient to fulfill our greeds. Our nature is sufficient to fulfill our needs, but it is not sufficient to fulfill our greeds, my dear friends. If a person goes to America, if a person goes to America or Gulf or any country, he becomes very careful in throwing any dust anywhere. But when it comes to the matter of India, we throw anywhere. We do anything, any place, anytime. Why? The same person, when he comes to America, when he comes to Gulf, when he comes to this, he's very careful in throwing anything, what people say, what people that. My dear friends, let's stop living for the people. Let's stop living for the society. Let's think about the nature first. Even when my children throw something on the ground, I tell them only one thing. Mama, what will happen? If they tell something, you know what I tell them? I tell them two things. Number one, first thing is, understand this earth as your mother. The earth is your mother. Will you throw anything on her? Will you spit on her? Will you do anything on her? That's number one. And number two, the earth is the final destination of Earth. When we die, we are going to be inside it. That is our final. When we will change ourselves holistically and spiritually, and with passion and compassion, then only we can bring the change. We can bring the change only when we think about it. Not science and technology is not going to bring the change, not recycling and factors. We don't need any recycling. When we do everything by nature, thinking of the nature. Do we need to recycle plastic when we start using everything natural products? We don't need to. When we start 3 R's, R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. When we start using that reduce, reuse, recycle in our home by ourselves, we don't need that, my dear friends. When every person becomes a change maker, there will be a difference in making. There will be a difference in making. I always believe, and in my life, I feel proud of myself. And please don't feel that. Yes, I feel proud of myself and I call myself the best because I don't care anyone. I don't care for the society. I think what I'm doing, I never think what people think about me. Because they are not going to give me any awards. I don't want any awards. I want an award from myself. If I should be honest to myself that what I did for the nature, my soul should give me that confidence. So if my soul gives me confidence, indirectly I'll be confident to speak before anyone. But if I'm getting confidence from others, that is only short-lived. It's not long-lived, and I'm very selfish. I want long-lived rewards. So, my dear friends, do you believe in? I'm going to finish, Dr. Anju, and the last point. Please believe in. I'm a science student. Basically, I have done my PhD in gene profile studies. I'm a very big science fan. So here, the last point that I would like to say about is law of reflection, Newton's third law. Newton's angle of incidence is equal to angle of reflection. What you do will come back to you. You will think that nobody is seeing. Let me throw this dust. Let me throw this. I will act before people smart. But my dear friends, let me tell you one thing. Universe is very stronger than anyone. You will get punishment in other way from the universe. There is something called universe which creates vibrations around us. Please believe that. Believe it spiritually, believe it physically, believe it mentally. You will become very strong. Honestly, I'm telling you. Believe in universe. It will get you done whatever you want. It will give you the energy which no one can give you, no awards can give you. So do everything, believe in Newton's third law, angle of incidence is equal to angle of reflections, and pass the positivity in such a way. If you stop, energy, the water we are throwing like anything, do you know one thing? If you are saving the water, you are not saving the environment. Even in every religion, people tell, even when we do wudu, when we do for prayer, we are asked, don't use much water. Prophet Muhammad has said, even in Bhagavad Gita, in everywhere, in Bible, everywhere it is said the same thing. Why? First thing is you. How, Dr. Sharma, how we are going to get benefit? Not current bill, water bill will become less. No, not that. You will get prosperity in your home. Ask astrologers. Less the water, more the water you save, you will get prosperity. Try it for 10 days and send me a message. Dr. Sharma, our prosperity has increased. I bet with everyone. Your prosperity will increase once you stop wasting the water and saving the water. And number two, automatically you are helping in the production of electricity, less production, and you are saving the natural resources, you are saving the fossil fuels. So you are helping in the country's economy. So environment and economy are two sides of the coins, my dear friend. If your economy, you want it to grow, the environment should be sustainable. So work on that and see the miracles. Let's be the change makers. Let's bring the change, not for others, but for yourself and for the universe and for the earth that you are created, for the creator that is God. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. That was really a very great message. Yes, of course, the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. And yes, we have to be the change makers. And yes, let us call upon the next speaker, Rathin Roro, ma'am. Ma'am, please. We're waiting to listen from you. And yes, I think she's from Malaysia. She's already, it's Indonesia, I think. It's already laid there. Ma'am, please take over the stage. Ma'am, unmute yourself.
Thank you. My topic is decrease of forest cover. My name is Rathin Roro Martiningsi. I come from Indonesia. Thanks to IDYM Foundation, IDYM India TV, Ravi Sankar Kumar, Dinul Asmi, and Dr. Arjun Qureshi. Overview: forests are vital to life on Earth. They purify the air we breathe, filter the water we drink, prevent erosion, and act as an important buffer against climate change. Illegal logging, poor forest management practices, and growing demand for forest and agricultural products contribute to their rampant destruction. Deforestation is especially severe in some of the world's most biologically diverse regions. Pressure on forest resources tends to increase. Forests are threatened by convention to areas non-forest, especially agricultural business, and plantation due to increased population and their needs. As a result of deforestation, of course, reduction in forest area, high potential hydrometeorological disaster occurred, lost various types of flora and fauna, and damaged water resources system. Okay, I can share screen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is the forest in Indonesia. We can see will be lost because of agricultural like this, And also for house. So step by step, we will lose the forest. Because of this, we can see him. Okay, this is the forest in Indonesia. But we can see step by step we will lose our forest because agricultural and make the house for population that always grow up every year. So they need house, they need food. So the forest will lose like this. We can see. Okay. I think it's enough because the time. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining with us. And it was really great seeing the Indonesian forest. And of course, this is a problem everywhere. To dance and to agriculture purposes, we are cutting down many trees. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Major Muhammad Ali Shah, sir. So please, we are waiting to listen from you. Yes, another versatile speaker on the Idym platform. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anjum Qureshi, and I would like to say greetings to everyone. And of course, I would very proudly say many of you are from different countries, but I would say Jai Hind to all of you, which means long live my country. And of course, Professor Hardeep ji, Radin ji, Rajput sir, my elder brother, and Dr. Qureshi, of course, and Ambassador Ahmed, Ambassador Mannat, Chanchal ji, Dr. Kalpana Dixit ji, Nimla Devi ji, Rashna ji, is Dr. Ishtiqaq ji, Pooja ji, Sunil ji, Aditi Basu Roy ma'am, ma'am is the illustrious principal in Greater Noida of the Grads International School, of course. I mean, solid reputation ma'am has got. Prince ji, and everyone, Nishi ji, Ghansham ji, Romani ji, Revati ji, T.N. Singh ji, Rania ji, everyone, Ketan ji, Neha Sethi ji, and if I miss out anyone's names, pardon me, blame the screen that I can't see everyone's name. Firstly, let me begin by telling you all one small thing, that I believe that the society will not change unless and until we change our own selves, right? So the change starts from here. It begins from here, from within. Now, when we talk of a go green environment, ecologically friendly, what does it mean? It means that, I would call it a utopian world. I would call it a world where we all live pollution-free, stress-free, healthy. Now, I'll give you a small example. Like, for example, I have a very fancy bicycle. I've modified it and it looks very cool. It's become a style statement now. It's no more that, oh, so-and-so is going in a Mercedes Benz or a BMW or an Audi or a Rolls Royce or a Jaguar. If you can look cool, looking cool means not looking smart and dashing or looking like a punk. Looking cool means protecting the environment, riding a bicycle on children's birthdays. We do gift wrapping, right? On children's birthdays, very, very fancy gift wrapping. We all subscribe to newspapers, most of us do. So how about if you gift wrap it into a newspaper? Some children might think, oh, I'll look silly. I'll look sissy if I give a book in a newspaper wrapped. But I think it's the latest style, it's a new style statement. If someone gives me a gift wrapped in the newspaper, I think it's very cool. It means that the person is concerned for the environment. Similarly, when we have parties at home, be it a child's birthday party, be it anniversary parties, and we play loud music and our neighbors get disturbed, ultimately what happens? Auntie police bula lengi, party yun hi chalegi, auntie police bula lengi, auntie police bula lengi, right? That's what happens ultimately. So because we are causing nuisance, disturbance to other people. So when you use loudspeakers or music system, loudspeakers, even I will talk in terms of in place of worship also. I am totally against the whole idea of noise pollution. Noise pollution is what? Is being forced to listen to anything. It need not be jarring. It need not be jarring. You're being forced to listen to something which you do not want to listen. I would call noise pollution even say something, a sermon, which I am getting from my teacher perhaps. I don't want to listen. I mean, on the lighter side, since we all are educationalists over here. So now we have to encourage our children that, listen, child, I know it's very cool to give fancy gifts, wrapped very well in a gift wrapping paper, but why? How about you put it in a newspaper? How about you ride a cycle? How about you, it's not about, and carpooling is very important. We all take pride of who got a big car. The success of a man, unfortunately, is measured by the money and the bags and the bank balance and the properties and the swanky cars he drives in. I think the success of a man is how fit he is, how agile he is, how happy he is, and how much he cares for the environment. If the rate at which we are going, the way global warming is catching up, the way we are having pollution, and look at what's happening on the world. Russia, Ukraine is at war. America, Iran is at war. What's happening in Yugoslavia? Look what's happening in Israel, Jerusalem, India, Pakistan, China, Taiwan. You look at geopolitical scenario of the world. It's happening everywhere. So we have got to give peace a chance. And when we say you got to give peace a chance, it means you got to love nature. You got to love beauty. You got to love yourself. Not just peace between countries. As Gautam Buddha once said, we can't expect peace universally in the world unless we find peace within ourselves. So it's very important to love animals. Yes, people right now, the issue of stray dogs has become a very, very big issue. Well, I'm an animal lover. I'm a dog lover. We have a dog at home. We also have a cat at home. And imagine both a dog and a cat, they coexist together. Well, I'll not say that they're friends. We had a cat earlier who was, is that an alarm bell or a sound to tell the time is up or something? Doctor? Is that so? I don't know. I'm not, no, then it's fine. That's fine. I got scared. I thought, ting tong, I heard a bell. I thought probably time is over to speak. But I can go on speaking for hours. Huh? Please let me know. Send me a message. Nice meeting Dr. Thank you, Nirmala Deviji. I got a sweet message. So sweet of you. And so many messages I'm getting over here in my inbox. Thank you, personally. Thank you. I am really, really, truly honored and grateful to you all. Very sweet of you. And I can't, unfortunately, I will not be able to read all your names there. But okay, so now I'll quickly conclude by saying that, say, even when we call somebody, when we make a phone call, how about we text first? That also I would say pollution. It's unwanted. It's unwarranted. I don't want to get your call. I don't want to hear from you. I might be busy in a webinar. I might be busy in a live. I might be in a meeting. I'm getting a call from you. Why not a text? That, hello, sir, may I call, please? I know you're very busy. Or the person would call back. Or what happens? I'm desperate to get through to Dr. Idym Qureshi, for example. This is an example I'm giving. And she doesn't answer my call. She hasn't called my call. I call up twice, thrice, 4 times. Is it required? You call once, you don't answer, you wait for some time, send a message, tuck. If she gets back, well, if she doesn't, then just too bad. Means otherwise she might just block you up. So be careful. All right. So basically I want to tell you all, look after the environment, look after life, look after the planet, look after the earth. What happened, if you remember, about 2-3 years back almost, when the COVID was setting in, it seemed like the world's come to an end. We all were so scared. Oh my God, we are seeing langurs are coming to the city. We are seeing this. Mammals are coming offshore. World's definitely going to come to an end. There were a lot of theories coming on, floating on WhatsApp universities. So I feel nothing. We all are safe. We all are good, provided you look after the environment. If you look after the environment will look after you. Thank you, everyone. Cheers and long live the earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And as you said, yes, we have to look after the environment, and only then the environment will look after it. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much for this inspirational message. And with this, yes, of course, it was a wonderful speech, as Nirmala Devi is saying, so forth. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Raja also. There, yes. Dr. Raja, sir, yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Today, it is a sensational day, very happy day, listening to wonderful excellencies on the burning issue, need of the hour. Really, I'm very happy. I'm very happy for many reasons because whenever the name comes IDYM, we feel it's a special honor because we can see a great family here, a great family of all beloved people, all known people, and all the people who are striving to make our nation and our globe better. So really, it's so great. And with this program, we are launching our one more speaker from my family, Jason Kaiser. So actually, of course, he's been speaking on behalf of UPN International, but speaking on behalf of IDYM, it's a great honor and blessing to him. So instead of my speech, I request my Jason to continue this speech with, please.
Greetings, Excellency. I'm Jason Pagirpalli. Thank you, Ravi Shankar sir, for inviting me. I am speaking about nature. Nature is teacher. Future is safer. Earth is our mother. So we are all brother. Let us all protect Mother Nature. Thank you so much.
Wow,
Thank you, Excellency. Please go ahead.
Jason. That was wonderful. Prince is there, I think. Prince is also with you.
Yes, Prince also there. Prince also there.
Thank you, Jason. It was really great listening to you. Very cute.
Thank you.
Is Prince? Prince is there. Prince can continue. Yes, welcome, Prince. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Greetings, Excellencies. I'm Prince Pagidipalli from Global Child Mission India. Thank you, IDM, for inviting me. Climate changes is a change in temperature. Temperature change for a long period of time. That is called climate change. Climate is connected with sun, earth, oceans, winds, rain, snow, forests, deserts, living and non-living things. So if climate is disturbed, everything will be disturbed. So climate changes is global death. If we ignore the planet will be destroyed. We are the reason for this. We are polluting earth. We are polluting air. We are polluting water. We are polluting minds. Let us stop the pollution. Let us stop the cutting trees. Let us grow trees. Let us grow forest. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prince. Thank you for joining us. It was such a wonderful message. So with this, I call upon the next speaker, Kajal ma'am. Yes, Kajal ma'am is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
good evening and good evening to everyone. And I really feel blessed and honored to be among such great personalities. I can see two Prince Charming who just spoke, and for them I have just revamped and I've forgotten what I wanted to speak, and I'm only going to talk about children and how our children can take the lead and we can just follow them. Being an educator, I always think, whenever I am on such dais, I only think about them. And congratulations to IDYM Foundation for coming up such brilliant concept of acknowledging and addressing the international environmental protection and bringing awareness. So here we've spoken enough about the problem. So I want to throw light on how we can bring solutions through our school and how we can educate our children, which I have already done and I keep doing every year. So I'll just share you 4 to 5 very doable projects which you can do at home as well. The first project is Asli Kamai. I'll repeat Asli Kamai. That means the real wealth. How we can involve our children to protect our nature and even bring entrepreneurial skills in our students. So in our school, we have so many gatherings where parents come So why not we ask our children to do kitchen gardening and even take a small piece of land within the school, and let's promote growing food, growing crops, and even through that teach them how to use that piece of land for different plants and get your own nurtured fruits and veggies. Okay, that's asli kamai, where children can sell and they can learn so much out of it. Second project is about recycling, and even we also know that children, while leaving the school, they have so much of water which they can use to water the plants again, and even like talk about recycling water. Okay, and even this third project is based on rainwater harvesting, and it is already done in our school and it worked wonders, where our children even started writing blogs, having Zoom sessions with schools in US, Japan and UAE, how are they doing it, and have an exchange program. So you can understand that how children can learn from this culture exchange. Fourth program, which is very close to my heart, and where we saved a lot of money as well. Not only money, but we saved energy also. That's the Save Electricity. It was our Founders Day coming in, and where my director told, I was heading the school, where my director said we want to gift our founder of the school with something unique. Then this was the design thinking project we gave to our students, and out of everyone's surprise, what they did? 1 month's Reiki. They counted the number of fans, lights, and all the like technology, like whatever is there in the school, number of fans, number of tube lights, and how we can reduce the electricity. They even learned to read the meter, the electricity meter, and in just 1 month, the bill which was there a month prior to that, and that the saved amount was the gift for our founder of the school. So you can imagine how much learning we can bring if we just have to touch base. We just need a little push. They know it all. As great leader Rabindranath Tagore always says that nobody can teach anyone anything. It is just we have to just uncover the learning. We know it all. We just need a small little reminders, like what we are doing right now. Everybody is great learner. We don't want sharing of gyan. It is only about doing a little revision and being ready for what's next, right? And the last project which was done for this we always do, again it's a part of Asli Kamai, where we tell our children that whatever you have earned from Asli Kamai, we are going to donate to the specially abled children. And how we did? We had a sports day where we involved children who were blind, who were less privileged. We involved them, and we made all the food which was made by our children, and through this we are targeting SDG goal, that is zero hunger, right? So this was also a project where we encouraged our children once a week. Everyone, like each one will serve one. So we are reaching out to masses, and we are connecting dots. We are linking hearts. So this is what I always want to get things done through my children, and everything is interlinked. If my nature is disturbed, we all are disturbed. Humans are disturbed. So let's bring AI, augmented reality in farming. We can bring it everywhere. We can even use AI, that is artificial intelligence, to know about how our animals, plants and farmers, and what sort of threat they are having. So this is how let's link technology, and let's enable our children with all this. They'll be all set. So thank you so much, IDYM, for providing this honor and respecting each one's presence over here. And I was just checking the time that just 5 minutes as I have to serve my parents also. This is also a message that when we eat, we cook at the same time. We don't waste food. So it is like rotis, we make it hot and we serve it so that there is no wastage at all. So message for everyone. Usually we have a habit of cooking food in the morning. Don't do that. Please cook it when you're eating and make it live, make it hot, serve your parents with a lot of love and respect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your products and also a beautiful message at the end of your speech. And thank you very much. And yes, of course, like you told about the energy audit, yes, of course, that has to be done every time. In fact, every educational institution must be doing it. We do it every year. And we have seen a lot of changes when we started doing this energy audit. We call it energy audit in our college. And the next thing you're telling about the community-based projects. So this should be encouraged by everyone so that our children grow up into good human beings. And yes, now it's turn to call one more young speaker, Mannat, Ambassador Mannat. Please speak over the stage, Vita. We are waiting to hear from you, a very versatile speaker.
Thank you so much, Anjal ma'am. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Hello, everyone. Myself, Youth Ambassador Mannat Pankalar from India. I'm 10 years old. I'm the youngest Speak Up champion, certified TED speaker, published author, international storyteller, and winner of many awards for dancing, singing, and acting. Sincere gratitude to Idym Foundation for making me part of International Environmental Protection and Awareness 2023 conference. It's indeed an honor to be among the dignified speakers present here from different parts of the globe. Climate change is a lot like death. We all understand it's inevitable, but few of us truly accepted wherein global warming isn't a prediction. It is happening. Hope you all agree with me that these quotes totally resonates with the unpredictable weather we are experiencing these days. During spring season, weather is always clear and cherry blossom all around. But this year, we are experiencing rain, hailstorm, fog, snowfall. It's actually what we have heard about SDG Goal 13, climate change and global warming. SDG 13 is one of the goals which requires immediate concern and urgent action. I feel we can make impact by growing trees, greening cities, reviving gardens, changing diets, and cleaning up rivers and coasts. Climate change is sometimes misunderstood as being about changes in the weather. In reality, it is about changes in our very own way. Don't you think we humans are increasingly influencing the climate and fouling our own nest and the Earth's temperature by burning fossil fuels, cutting down forests, which are adding enormous amount of greenhouse gases to those naturally occurring in the atmosphere and increasing the greenhouse effect and global warming? Do you know global climate change has observational effects like glaciers have shrunk, ice on rivers, loss of sea ice, and intense heat waves. Temperature continues to rise. We humans induced warming is superimposed on naturally varying climate like hurricane formations, lightning, heat waves, droughts, and rainstorms. Ice melt means at the time when ice is supposed to be at its peak, it's lagging. Sea level and ocean acidification. As the level of carbon dioxide increases, which increases the acidity of seawater. Plant and animals. Many species of plant and animals are moving from the equator towards the pole at a comfortable temperature. Social effect. Effect on human society may be more devastating. Agricultural system will be a dent, a crippling blow. Growing seasons will expand. Drought leads to its food security and in turn havoc in food markets. I strongly believe to combat climate change and its impact, immediate action is required.
we should take steps to reduce our emissions so that we can make our planet a net zero emissions by 2050. Our small ways can make a big change, as conserve water, reduce waste, eat less meat and dairy products. Avoiding meat and dairy products is one of the biggest ways to reduce the environmental impact on the planet. Walk and travel green, take public transportation or opt carpool. Reduce flying. Please fly in economy, as passenger in business class has a carbon footprint 3 times higher than someone in economy. Reduce your energy use and bills. Replace light bulbs with LEDs or other low energy lights. The 3 R's, R. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. They conserve natural resources, landfill space, and energy. Fight for the forest. Deforestation is accelerating climate change and the extinction of wildlife. After effects of climate change action. Taking strong climate change action will not only help negate these impacts, but will also have significant sustainable benefits. Lastly, I would say, believe in the power of your own voice. The more voices our world will change for the better. So stand up, take action, and voice out concerns, as there will be severe consequences for humankind. We all know that there is no planet B. We should have a single mission to protect and hand on the planet to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mandar. Yes. Thank you very much, Mandar. It was really great listening to you. And of course, our small actions can bring a great change in the world. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Rumal Surana, ma'am. Rumal Surana, ma'am, please.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Sunil sir, please mute yourself. Yes, ma'am,
So very good evening to everyone. It's pleasure to listen to so many views on climatic change. Very lot of new faces are there and few are known. So hearty congratulations to all. And thank you, IDYM team, for giving us an opportunity to speak about it. While listening to everyone in the slot of 8 to 9, I realized people have said many things. But today I would like to pinpoint few things that really made me, when kids say something that really provokes you. A lot of people have said about 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. But when my son asked me this question, Mama, you are telling me to recycle, but what do I do of the plastic which comes every day, either in form of plastic bags through the milk packets or bread packets, because that cannot be reused, recycled, they are not picked up by them. What do I do with that? This little thought really made me think, what do I do? Because these kids now, they are aware, which has been taught in the school, but what the next step? What are we doing it? And moreover, we all know in Pacific Ocean, we all have plastic vortex, that is the whole island made up of the plastic trash. It has been accumulating. The plastic is definitely one of the problems. And while understanding it, I understood that if plastic is segregated from the source, it really becomes easy for so that it doesn't get dumped in the field, in the fields. So what could be done? I have come up with a very simple solution. The simple solution is your eco bottles. Simple eco bottles, right? This simple eco bottles can give solution, can at least make a habit in our kids not to throw the wrappers in that dustbin. To make them, just to collect them, it's a very simple process of collecting it in a simple bottle, which is there everywhere available. Simple habit can reduce the plastic going into the garbage and getting into the fields, from which segregating them is a big task. We in India are very fortunate because of Swachhata Abhiyan, where we have wet waste and a dry waste. But there is very important that in dry waste, if you mix the plastic waste, it's very difficult to separate it. But if you have different plastic waste, all together, it's very effective. So I'm going to give you very wonderful the process that we have done in the month of February. That was a Green Heart project. In Green Heart project, what did we project? We had worked with more than 350 students across Maharashtra near Pune, where we really when we've given them a simple task of collecting plastic from their day-to-day life and fill the bottles and give it to us. The question arises, what are you going to do with these eco bottles? Now the bottles are filled. What is the next step? The next step is converting these bottles into eco fuels and removing the whole garbage out, removing the plastic out of it. Now there is a foundation called Keshav Sita Foundation in Pune, where they have a plant in Jejori, where they convert this plastic into a eco fuel. And to remove the plastic from the garbage, this was a project really done by us, and we have almost 350 students participating. And in the whole contest, we have gathered 100 kgs of plastic altogether. A small habit can make a lot of difference, isn't it? We all talk about the problems. Yes, it is very easy to say that these are the problems, but what are the solutions are we looking at? So this is one of the solutions for plastic that we came up, and we were able to gather 100 kgs. And this process has been continuing in multiple schools in these different months which are coming in. So if we all can apply this in our schools, in our day-to-day life, even the specially abled or our special need kids or anyone can do it very easily. Wherever you go, take an empty bottle and put all the plastic within, so that you don't tamper with the nature, you don't spoil the nature which is in and around you, you don't spoil the water. The plastic doesn't go in, because plastic is inevitable. Everything, even if you try to refuse the plastic, but what comes with every packaging is plastic. What do you do to it? And it is so light that it can go anywhere. It gets mixed with ocean, with water. This is one of the best solutions that we all can use. And it's very easy, isn't it? So with this note, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come and speak with you all and put up my ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was really a great idea that you have given regarding the usage of plastic. And yes, of course, it's a very great thing. Like in our city also, he's a doctor actually by profession, and he's working where he is using the plastic. He has actually collected plastic once from, there is Ganpati Visarjan. At that time, there was a lot of plastic collected, and he is using the plastic to convert it into benches and more such kind of products. So it's a wonderful project that is going on in our city. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining. And with us, we end the second slot, and now we are starting with the third slot of speakers. So for this, to start with the third slot, I call upon the first speaker, Rania Lampo, ma'am, from Greece. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, please take over the stage.
Well, greetings from Greece to all. I'm very happy to see here eminent speakers and very good friends. I would like to congratulate IDYM for this great event, and thank especially Dr. Ravisankar for the kind invitation. We are living in an age where the connection between the concepts of environment and justice is disputed in terms of practical application. And at the same time, the force of environmental law is encountered in a variety of institutional organizations internationally, among which the European Union and its member states play a pivotal role. So in response to this ever-increasing international environmental tensions, environmental law aims to the legal protection not only the natural environment itself, but also of its components from human activities, preventing or restoring ecological damage, bolstering up ecological balance, and shielding public health. Environmental law includes international treaties, regulations, directives of the European Union, together with national laws. And among these frameworks, community legislation has been described as a particularly dynamic, influential, because it governs as a binding norm an extensive multifarious and organized subset of countries across the globe. So what happens in Europe? In 2019, the European Commission announced a strong shift of policy priorities and a policy roadmap towards environmental sustainability, which is labeled as the European Green Deal. The Commission, in this fundamental Green Deal communication, pledged to reset its commitment to tackling climate environment-related challenges and to pursue a new growth strategy that aims to transform the European Union into a sustainable, resource-efficient and carbon-neutral economy by 2050. And furthermore, this Green Deal is aimed to preserve and enhance the European Union's natural capital, as well as to protect the health and well-being of citizens from environment-related impacts. So for this reason, the Commission proclaimed a set of deeply transformative policies. And in the meantime, it has supplemented this general ambition with a set of sector strategies, action plans, and propositions like stepping up climate and energy policy, because with the aim of reducing the European Union's greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% by 2030 and achieving climate neutrality by 2050, the Commission pledged to revise and reinforce all relevant climate-related policy instruments within the framework of the new European Union climate law that was eventually that was adopted in 2021 and underpinned by an even higher 2030 reduction target of 55%. And another proposition important was industrial strategy for a carbon-free circular economy. In order to foster resource efficiency and climate neutrality in industrial production change, the European Commission intends to double the recycling rate by 2030 and to promote sustainable product design, reuse, and recycle with a particular focus on resource-intensive sectors such as textiles, construction, electronics, and plastics. So this was presented in the Circular Economy Action Plan in March 2020 and the new industrial strategy for Europe. Apart from this, there is also how to build and renovate in an energy and resource efficient way. And this way, the Commission pledges to foster a greener renovation way of public and private buildings to rigorously enforce legislation related to the energy performance of buildings, review the European Union standards on construction products, and work to lift the national regulatory barriers to energy efficiency investments. A very interesting sustainable smart mobility with the aim of green transport and reducing sector greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2050. The Commission pledges to support technology and infrastructure development for multimodal transport systems, take action to abolish subsidies and increase prices for fossil fuels, include shipping in the European Union, and propose more stringent air pollutant emission standards as well as carbon dioxide emission performance standards for vehicles. So we talk about a more greener policy, greening common agricultural policy also, how to preserve and protect biodiversity in order to amplify the protection of ecosystems and biodiversity. The Commission aims to strongly expand the area covered by the European Natura 2000 network of protected nature areas, to better align agricultural practice with the requirements of ecosystem health and foster sustainable reforestation to increase absorption of carbon dioxide, protect biodiversity, and promote a wood-based bioeconomy. And of course, a zero pollution vision for a toxic-free environment in order to better protect Europe's citizens' ecosystem against pollution from air, water, and consumer products. The Commission intends to initiate a revision of the European Union air quality standards, measures to reduce pollution from urban runoff and particularly harmful sources. Of course, this acknowledges the essential role of finance and budgeting. Public participation, active stakeholder engagement is important. This Commission also pledges strong efforts to promote global transition by further greening its external policies. So this puts high emphasis on the European Union proactive role in the Paris Agreement and the G20 and G7 4, and it plans to make a substantial green commitments, key requirement for future trade agreements. Concluding, I want to say that this European Green Deal concludes a highly ambitious, we could say, far-reaching and nearly all-encompassing policy program that is likely to meet with considerable challenges and resistance when we approach the implementation stages. Of course, the challenges are big, but we should be optimistic, and we are waiting for all these plans and regulations to be implemented. So thank you very much for your attention. I forgot to say that the Commission also submitted a Fit for 55 packets of further legislative proposals to deliver all these emission reductions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was really great listening to you once again. And as you were saying about today's topic, and with us, I call upon the next speaker, Chanchal Bhargav, ma'am. Chanchal, ma'am.
Yeah,
yes, ma'am. We would like to listen to you.
Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay. So it's the night time, and somewhere it might be morning. So I wish everybody a happy day, because the things are happening happily. So let's be a happy day. Let's welcome it with a lot of applause to IDYM team, Sir Ravi Shankar, Ma'am Qureshi, and everybody present here. All the world people might be sleeping, enjoying, or somewhere it might be people in pain or pleasure. So our prayers and smiles to each one of you. Since we are talking about sustaining and maintaining life, about ecosystem, about environment, lots of work really amazed me what you people are doing. Mannat, the Prince, then we have Kazal ma'am, Dr. P.K. Rajput, and each one of you to whom I have listened, they are contributing the most and the maximum. But the time has come that we must realize where we are lacking. Although we had lots of talks, lots of awareness programs, we are running so many shows, but still we are missing something. And that is feeding our mind also with greenery, with green concepts. Let's fill that with green energy. Then we are going to attempt, we are going to make something which is really wanted to make the system sustain, to make our life a system where we can make standard of life along with standard of living. Now talking about our green and clean environment, we want green energy, we want clean energy. And from where do we are getting this green energy and clean energy? We all know from all the natural sources. So why don't we think about the solution is with us? Who is actually spoiling, who is actually harming these natural resources? Somehow we people, intentionally or unintentionally. So the thing is only that we need to be aware ourselves, and we need to think about the solution that yes, we are going to do. Our 3H companion has started a lot of projects, and they are doing it. Like children and people, they are coming up to the cycle. And instead of they are riding a vehicle, they're coming to cycle, that yes, for smaller distances where they can go by cycle, they're using cycle, especially school children. Secondly, if we talk about AC consumption, it can be reduced. We all need fresh air, and we should. When we people on ventilator, they know the value of that air. So why don't we, without ventilator, we have lots of fresh air. So we need to value it and we need to take it. Then coming to the carpooling, reducing the fume and the petrol, we can have carpools and many of us are doing it. I really appreciate and a round of applause to them. But yes, we need to instill. Then biodegradable, non-biodegradable. Just now, ma'am told about a bottle project that plastic we need to put papers, and that is really really needed. And many of the NGOs, many of the foundation, they are doing that. They are actually taking out best out of waste. We need to only know, and we need to uh, give that waste to those foundations. That can help a little. That can help much. Then making our children, making ourselves that yes, the electric consumption. If we need one light, then it's okay. We need to have one light. If we need one fan, it's okay. We need to have. Or switching off wherever we do not need. These are some of the small steps, can be big. Now, at the end, I want all of you to raise your hand. All of you shall raise your hand. If you can.
नहीं आता, तुम्हारे टीचर को ये भी बोलना नहीं आता, वो भी बोलना नहीं आता, exactly. So this way, what was happening? The environment, the mindset of the child was becoming very, very difficult and different. The child was not able to understand what to do, even though she is my teacher and she is teaching me, but my mother is telling something else, something different. And then that particular part is making the environmental growth of the child disturbed, and the child is not getting a kind of respect of his or her teacher in his mind. So after the COVID, when the children came back to the school, when the physical school was on, that particular time, we found lots and lots of changes in the mindset of the students. The reason behind, again, the same thing, that's when they were there at home, the manners were not being taken by the parents. So the parents have to understand exactly their role in grooming the children, in bringing about the children, in molding the students is very, very important. You know, out of 24 hours, 6 to 7 hours, the children are there with us in the school. Out of that, can we say 35 to 40 minutes is there with one teacher, and that in that one teacher, out of 40 minutes, the teacher will be teaching 5 to 7 minutes the moral values. The rest all, she or he has to complete all the portion of hers. So all these manners part, where exactly the environment is getting disturbed, has to be taught by the parents. We generally call it as the overall growth. So overall growth cannot be happening only by one side. It has to be two-way traffic. One-way traffic is not at all correct. One-way traffic in the sense the parents are thinking that my child is going to the school. So it is the responsibility of the school to look after everything, whether the child is learning the geography, learning the subjects, learning the values, learning the table manners, everything has to be learned at school. No, absolutely not. I personally feel the parents also will have to have the responsibility to look after all these things. Because towards the end, when we say as the educators will say in the schools, कि ये घर में आपको माँ बाप ने नहीं सिखाया. Because the first teacher of the child is the mother. The first teacher of the child is the parents. So the parents have to look after all these things. Also, yes, as an educator, definitely the impact of the educators in the minds of the child is definitely is different. Because as soon as he listens any kind of a word coming from the mouth of the teacher, yes, that particular word he catches very fast, and then goes home and says, my teacher has told like this, my teacher has done like this, my teacher has taught me like this, and mama, whatever you were teaching is not correct. Yes, the impact of the school is also very important. But on the other side, I will be requesting all the parents through this platform to understand the feeling of the child, and instead of cursing the teachers, because we people have done lots of trainings and molding, getting molded by the authorities and the trainers, and then coming to the understanding level of the students and the school growth, we have to teach the students in that manner. So requesting all the parents and the stakeholders to understand the psychological aspect of the students to bring about the balance in the environmental growth, and then let us try to shake hand with everybody and then start growing ourselves, start growing the education field. Thank you very much, Ravi sir, for lovely topic given to us, talking something about the environmental protection. Yes, little bit out of way, I tried to speak to you all based on the environmental protection because the word protection itself says that to protect. Thank you very much. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ishtiaq, sir. It was great listening to you. And the way you told about this about protection and we educators really have a great role to play in it. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Ambassador Noor Ahmed from Bangladesh. So please take over the stage.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes.
All right. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you who have joined from the different parts of the world today. And this is Ambassador Noor Ahmed. I'm from Bangladesh, and it's really I'm glad to be here because I have been hearing such a wonderful speaker's words regarding of today's international conference. As we all know that I'm the international speaker as well as SDG ambassador, peace ambassador. So I'm focusing the SDG, that is SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. And the topic is very alarming for each and every one here on the world. Just few days back, if I'm focusing the 2022 March and world, actually celebrating the World Water Day, but in the day, we actually focusing the main things of accelerating change to solve the water and sanitation crisis. So I would like to share with you, all of you, that in dysfunctional thought out the water cycle undermine the several progress in our global crisis. Health to water, health to hunger, gender equality to job, and education to industry, and disaster to peace. I would like to focus on the recent information that will definitely make you very shocked. Number one, there is 1.4 million people die annually, where 74 million people will have their lives shortened by disease for poor water, sanitation, and hygiene. Number two, that is today, 1 in 4 people, 2 million people worldwide lack safe drinking water. And I would like to focus two information more. That's almost half of the global population, that is 3.6 billion people who have the lack of sanitation. And the number four, that is globally 44% of household water, wastewater is not safely treated. So we have been facing a lot of issue regarding the SDG. As you all know, in 2015, the SDG 6 is focused for everyone can easily access the safe water and sanitation. But trust me, right now we are seriously off track because billion of the people, countless of the school, business, healthcare center, factories are being held back because of their human rights as to use the water and sanitation. So maybe you are also thinking, and apart from that, the latest data focus, the government must work on average 4 times faster. I repeat, the latest data show the government must work on an average 4 times faster to meet the SDG 6 by 2030. Is it really possible? Trust me, still we can hoping it's possible. Only if we take a simple action individually right at the moment. Maybe because water affects everyone, so we need everyone to take action. Maybe you are thinking that, oh, water, it says safe water, maybe the government will take some policy, take some steps, take some necessary action. Yes, of course, government and the stakeholder will take some great action regarding to access the water, sanitation, and some other things. But trust me, whatever your responsibility as an individual, think about the responsibility as very a specific way. Maybe I would like to give you some points that you feel you can able to take some action by yourself right now. Number one, save water. Save water. How can you do that? Take shorter shower and don't let the tap run when you're brushing the teeth and doing dishes as well as preparing the food. Don't do that. Save water and make it equal. Share water, switching between the women, men, girls, and boys, everyone. And number one, flush safe. Fix the leaking water. I repeat, fix the leaking water. You know, most of the household actually facing some leaking water, wash pipe, empty, full step, some other things we have to think about that we should not go things as a way. We have to fix that as much as we can. Stop polluting. Don't put your food, waste, oil, medicine, chemical down your toilet or drain. It's also polluted the water. And you can eat local rather than eat some ready food. You can eat buy local, seasonal, and look some product that make you make with some less water. That will actually help you. And please protect nature. So how can you do that? Protect nature. It's very simple. Everyone do that. You have to do right now as well. That plant a tree or create some rain garden. It's a new concept, rain garden, that will use the natural solution to reduce the risk of the flood and store water. Number six, whatever the number, the build pressure that write some elected representative about the budget to improve the water and some other things. Push that by your words, by your message, by your article in the newspaper. And please take the last one, that is clean up. Take part of the clean up your local rivers, lake, wasteland, and beaches. That will also help to use the safest water, as well as it will help to accessible water for all the people around the world. So that's all about my sort of action. You can do your action right at the moment. That will actually help you. And I do believe that together we can grow the world more colorful, more decorative, as well as more peaceful. So thank you so much, my dear sister, for giving me the floor, and try to be green and live green as well as think green. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Understood and Observe, for joining with us and for giving a wonderful message. Yes, together we can achieve a lot of things. And now I call upon the next speaker, an educator from Romania, Laura ma'am. Laura ma'am, please take over the stage.
Thank you so much. Greetings from Romania. I am Laura Stanciu, and I am indeed really honored to be present here today at the International Environmental Protection and Awareness Conference, because it is indeed very urgent and very important to protect our environment, to protect the world we live in, because we only have one. There is no planet B, there is no alternative, there is no other solution if we keep doing things that harm nature, that harm the world we live in. And today I chose to express my opinion about the oceans, because they are such an important part of our world. Once more, thank you, IDYM, for this great opportunity. This is the school where I teach. It is called the Superior School of Commerce, Nicolae Crețulescu, and with different activities, we try to teach our students the importance of caring for our world, for the environment, and for everything that matters. SDG 14, Sustainable Development Goal 14, deals with life below water. It means that it is its purpose is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And it is of paramount importance that we take care of our oceans, because oceans are our planet's life support. They regulate the global climate system. They are the world's largest ecosystem. And they are home to nearly 1 million known species, containing vast untapped potential for scientific discovery. Oceans support the global population's economic, social, and environmental needs. Oh, sorry. Just a second, please. Small technical issues reminding us how important everything is, including technology. And the truth is that we have the technology to help our world. We have the means to do it. We only need the willpower to do something every day to help our environment, to help the oceans, and to help everything from the smallest life form to the biggest. These are the SDG 14 targets, and each and every single day we should think about how each of these are important to sustain life on Earth. We are a land-dwelling species, but we depend more on oceans than we can imagine, because oceans cover close to 3/4 of the Earth's surface, containing 97% of the Earth's water, and they represent 99% of the living space on the planet by volume. Over 3 billion people depend on marine and coastal biodiversity for their livelihoods. Oceans contain more than 200,000 identified species, but actual numbers may lie in the millions. It is estimated that 91% of ocean species have yet to be classified, and that 95% of the ocean still remains unexplored. Despite the critical importance of conserving oceans, decades of irresponsible exploitation have led to an alarming level of degradation. Current efforts to protect key marine environments and small-scale fisheries and to invest in ocean science are not yet meeting the urgent need to safeguard this vast yet fragile resource. The ocean absorbs around 23% of annual carbon dioxide emissions generated by human activity, and this helps mitigate the impact of climate change. So yes, oceans are our salvation from climate change. The ocean has also absorbed more than 90% of the excess heat in the climate system. Ocean heat is at record levels right now, causing widespread marine heat waves, threatening its rich ecosystems and killing coral reefs around the world. Increasing level of debris in the oceans of the world are also having a major environmental and economic impact. Every year, an estimated 5 to 12 million metric tons of plastic enters the ocean, costing roughly 13 billion per year, including cleanup costs and financial losses in fisheries and other industries. About 89% of plastic litter found on the ocean floor are single-use items like plastic bags. That is why it is essential to stop using and to stop producing some of these things that harm our world. As I've said before, oceans are a great help in buffering the impact of global warming. They distribute heat evenly around the planet. They absorb heat at the equator and then move it away to more polar regions. We should stop unmonitored fishing because it causes the rapid disappearance of many fish species. The world oceans, their temperature, chemistry, currents, and life drive global systems that make the Earth habitable for humankind. If we lose oceans, we lose life on Earth. Our rainwater, drinking water, weather, climate, coastlines, much of our food, and even the oxygen in the air we breathe are all ultimately provided and regulated by the sea. For oceans, sustainability can be achieved only through increased international cooperation to protect vulnerable habitats. Establishing systems of government-protected areas should be pursued to conserve biodiversity and ensure a sustainable future for the fishing industry. On a local level, we should make ocean-friendly choices when buying products or eating food derived from oceans, and we should consume only what we need. Microplastic is something that affects oceans in a very negative way. The plastic objects that we throw in the ocean break down into tiny plastic particles. As a pollutant, microplastics can be extremely harmful to the environment and animal health. These microplastics are defined as plastics less than 5 millimeters in diameter, smaller than a pearl, but they have a great negative impact. They are found in cosmetics, in microfiber, in clothes, and secondary microplastics are particles that result from the breakdown of larger plastic items, such as water bottles. This breakdown is caused by the exposure to environmental factors, mainly the sun's radiation and the waves. Single-use plastics, those plastic items meant to be used just once and then discarded, such as straws, are the primary source of secondary plastics in the environment. And they break down into molecules, and plastics can take hundreds or thousands of years to decompose. And in the meantime, they wreak havoc on the environment. On beaches, microplastics are visible as tiny multicolored plastic beads in the sand. In the oceans, microplastic pollution is consumed by marine animals. They consume plastic because they mistake it for food. By 2050, our oceans could have more plastic than marine life. Many creatures are affected by the plastic that we discard in the ocean, and this is indeed really sad. And what can we do? Reduce the use of single-use plastics, recycle properly, participate in or organize beach or river cleanup, raise awareness about the danger of plastics in the ocean. These are some of the species found in the Black Sea, the sea which is near my country. And you can see such a diversity, and not only in this sea, but in all the oceans and seas in the world. So together, let's make a collective effort and let's clean our oceans, our seas, and thus let's save life on Earth. It doesn't mean a great effort, but it means a lot of determination. It takes concentrated effort. It means motivating others. It means doing something and bringing our contribution. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you, Laura. That's really a beautiful presentation with a beautiful message. And thank you for joining with us. In fact, we should thank you for such a wonderful message. It was really impressive. I just got a message also here. Okay, it was really impressive. And with this, we come to the end of the third slot, and yes, starting with the fourth slot. And yes, just a small request to the speakers: just continue your time limits. We have been given 5 minutes for speaking, so just manage the time after all. So I call upon the first speaker from this slot, Rachna Chakrabarti ma'am. Rachna Chakrabarti ma'am, please take on the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. It was a pleasure listening to all the amazing, eminent speakers joined across the globe. And I really enjoyed thoroughly. It was a learning session. So thanks so much. And Anjum ma'am, hats off to you from the beginning of 7 o'clock. You are still here. So big congratulations to IDYM for giving me the wonderful opportunity to speak with the eminent speakers in the International Conference of the Environmental Protection Awareness. So in a world where environmental degradation is a growing concern, it's more critical than ever for people to understand the importance of ecological awareness and the role of education in it. Obviously, as an educator, I would like to speak the role of education coming in it. Environmental awareness involves understanding and appreciating the natural world and its challenges in protecting it. It really focuses on learning how all the living things are interconnected and the need to preserve the planet for the next generation. So, being an educator myself for the past 28 years, so the importance of environmental awareness in schools becomes very, very important. And as a school leader and as the director of the school, so I would love that the schools are really right now at present, after the pandemic and before the pandemic also it had started, to bring awareness and promote this awareness with the students. Because it is really going to enhance the students' appreciation for our earth. It promotes the healthy behaviors and inspires the future leaders and improves the school environment. So basically, as a school leader, as a teacher, I just want that this environmental awareness, instead of just talking about the problems and problems and problems, we just need to do some actions, which mostly all the schools have started right now. The actions to teach this younger generation or the ignited souls, teaching them with certain activities. We, in my school too, I am hosting a lot of events and activities calling the guest speakers and movie screenings on saving the planet, the importance of the Mother Earth. So these movies get directly instilled in the minds of the small children, rather than putting them in pen and paper and making them write down do's and don'ts. So if we try to put it in pen and paper and make them understand, so it will very rarely go inside into their brain and it will not get embarked. What basically we want this ignited souls. In the long run, we also learn through them. So as a result, it's important to host events every now and then and making these children involved in these events. And this will promote environmental awareness and encourage the students to get involved in environmental issues. Second important thing which we as educators or as edu trainers we can do is celebrate a lot of days, not just one day. Lot of days dedicated to environment, to small plant, big plant, medium plant, bushes, shrubs. So every day, which I do in my school with my kids, so that these kids learn the importance of protecting them. Especially we know during the pandemic that there was a slogan which was there: you cannot breathe the oxygen if you don't grow your own oxygen. So everyone should be able to grow their own oxygen. They need to learn this now. That is the need of an hour. And this can be done only with the help of activities rather than making them, as I told, the do's and don'ts. Integrate, third important thing which we can do is that integrate the environmental themes into the curriculum also. So bring this environmental basics into the curriculum. Like, for example, you can, help the students to go to the natural world, make them stay there, camping sites, and the human actions which the environment is setting on. This could include topics like conservation, renewable energy, and pollution. So we can bring in such topics with the kids and let them understand themselves. They will become aware themselves and then try to pass on these qualities to others, including that we as elders who have already forgotten. Sometimes we ourselves get, carried away. We don't look out for dustbin. We just throw the litters outside the windows of the buses or the cars when we are traveling. Oh, no one sees. Let's just drop it here and there. So these activities will also motivate us. And we too will be becoming aware that what we can do as, an example, as a mentor to this younger generation. So integrated, this environmental curriculum will be a very, very important step. We need to set an example, as we all know the famous proverb, actions speak louder than words. So we as educators, we need to put that more example, instill that and bring it into the action. That will speak more louder than just simple words. We need to be an example for our kids so that they can watch and they can learn from us. For example, as teachers in schools, we can all plant one tree, and we can ask our students, especially during the mango seasons, which in my school we have started. Every season has a seasonal fruit. Now the mango season will be starting very soon in Mumbai. So here, whenever we have told our students, whenever you have a mango, please bring the seed, dry it up in your home, bring it. Jackfruit season, bring the jackfruit seeds, eat the jackfruit and dry the seeds and bring it. And these seeds are collected in the huge bins in our school as soon as the child enters. And these seeds, what do we do now? We are using certain seeds to put it in our school to make our school eco-friendly. And then the remaining seeds, we give it to the municipality so that these municipality departments, they are taking it away across in the sides of our cities. They are planting the seeds. So we go every month, our students, taking our students there. Every month we go and say that these seeds were donated by you. You were going to throw it, but now see how they are making an impact in the environment. So this small things, if we install and we can bring around the change, recycling the waste and the reduction programs. If we can put it up into the children by making the reusable containers in their tiffin products which they carry, then mostly what we can do is that partner with the local organization also and bring them to the institute, and they will teach the students the very, very important basic things which is needed for the development of the environment. So there are many ways in which education can bring an environmental awareness and can truly empower the society. But obviously, there are some key benefits. Very quickly, I'll just touch it before ending it up. Through the education, the students who learn about the sustainable agricultural practices will be able to apply these in the local surroundings. I'm just telling it because we do it. So from my experience with my students, I'm just trying to share it with you. The students who are, we are making them study on the environmental science, and then they develop this innovative technologies or draft the policies will surely be able to bring an environmental protection. So basically, we learn that environment plays a vital role in education, promoting the awareness and fostering a broader understanding and appreciating the natural environment. So it helps the students to develop important skills and behaviors that will enable them to be the responsible people of the future. So in conclusion, I just want to end it as we are running short of time. So people can make a lot of difference in simple lifestyle choices. These include by reducing the plastic waste. Number one, conserving water, choosing sustainable products, turning off the lights when not in use. One of our eminent speakers had also spoken about it. And walking or cycling instead of driving whenever possible. As Dr. Mohammed had also spoken about it, that it is a style icon. We need not, if you're coming in cycle or using a bicycle and using it, so that will become a style icon instead of taking your Mercedes car and moving around. So that we have to implement and make an impact. Remember, example is better than precept. So with that, I would like to conclude that yes, as educators, we need to bring around the change which we desire to see. And if we take the first step, instead of moving in our cars, and we can walk and come to a school, a destination, or take a public vehicle and come there, then that will be the best example which we can give it to our students. So thank you so much for listening patiently to me. And I'm really obliged with Dr. Anjum and IDYM for providing such a lovely platform where we are listening to such eminent speakers. And I'm truly, again, going to wait and listen to some more eminent speakers who's going to say very, very good things. There's a lot of takeaways, friends, I tell you. Thank you so much. Anjum, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shrisha ma'am. And actually, sorry, Pratik sir, I couldn't notice you. And we just began with the next blog. You were already
I hope I
present
didn't take enough of time, 5 minutes. I was just rushing with that 5 minutes. So I should not take others' time. So I want to listen to others too. Thank you so much, Anju ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And before I could notice Pratik sir, I just called up your name. I left Pratik sir was from the left, our previous lot, and he was already waiting. So Pratik sir, yes, please take up the stage.
Yes, thank you so much. Actually, due to network problem, I couldn't join. Okay, no problem. So, good morning, good afternoon, good night, everyone here. So today's my topic is okay, reimagine, recreate, and restore of natural wealth. So I'm going to throw some light on this. We have 5 minutes, so I'll try my best. So, dear fellow educators, citizens, and my dear friends, I'm honored to speak with you today about an urgent matter that concerns us all. The need to reimagine, recreate, and restore our natural wealth. The world we live in is facing an unprecedented crisis with climate change, deforestation, pollution, and biodiversity loss threatening our very survival. So, however, I believe that we have the power to change course and build a better future for ourselves and for generations to come. So, reimagining our natural wealth means envisioning a world where we live in harmony with nature, where our economic systems are regenerative rather than extractive, and where we prioritize the well-being of people and the planet over short-term profit. It means shifting our mindset from one of exploitation to one of the stewardship, recognizing that we are part of a larger web of life that sustains us all. So recreating our natural wealth means taking action to reverse the damage that has already been done. And it means planting trees, restoring wetlands, and protecting wildlife habitats. So it means investing in renewable energy and sustainable agriculture, reducing waste and pollution, and adopting circular economy principles that minimize our impact on the environment. It means working together as a global community to achieve these goals, recognizing that no one nation or individual can solve this crisis alone. So restoring our natural wealth means recognizing the inherent value of nature and its ability to regenerate and heal itself if given the chance. It means acknowledging the importance of biodiversity and the interconnectedness of all living things. It means protecting and restoring ecosystems, not just for their own sake, but for the services they provide to humans, such as clean air, water, and food. It means recognize the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities who have been stewards of the land for generations and supporting their efforts to protect their territories and way of life. So in conclusion, reimagining, recreating, and restoring our natural wealth is not a choice, but a necessity. The health and well-being of our planet and our future depend on it. So we have the knowledge, wisdom, the technology, and the resources to make a positive change. But it will require a collective effort and a commitment to act boldly and swiftly. So let us work together to build a sustainable and resilient world for ourselves and for all living beings. Thank you. And once again, I would like to congratulate IDYM, Dr. Ravi Shankar, Ms. Dr. Anjum Qureshi for their tireless efforts. And, I just saw the messages from 7 onwards. This conference is going on. My best wishes and my support is always with IDYM. And congratulations to all the eminent personalities over here. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to express my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratik, for joining with us. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Revati Ramarao. Ma'am, Dr. Revati, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Namaste. Namaste to all. Thank you so much, Anjum Qureshi, ma'am, Dr. P.K. Rajput sir, Ravi Shankar Kumar sir. Good evening to all of you. Yes, it's amazing discussion. Thank you, Ravi sir. It's a need of the hour for protecting our nature, and it's a great honor for me to express my views on e-waste management household consumers. The term e-waste, as its abbreviation, electronic and electrical waste. India is ranked 5th in the world amongst top e-waste producing countries after USA, China, Japan, and Germany, and recycles less than 2% of the total e-waste it produces annually formally. And in India, the quantity of e-waste or electronic waste has now become a major problem. And any wasted electrical or electronic equipment is referred to as e-waste. E-waste is electronic products that are unwanted, not working, or at the end of their useful life, like computers, television, VCRs. And Caro Sambho, one of the top e-waste management companies in India, clearly spills the beans on the challenges of processing e-waste. So whenever we think of waste, we think only in terms of garbage or solid or semi-solid waste and not anything else. And in the last 10 years, e-waste has become a global issue. And India too generates a large quantity of electronic waste, that is e-waste, every year. Sadly, e-waste is something which does not get much media coverage, and hence people's awareness regarding e-waste is quite low. E-waste recycling is a concept barely in existence in India. As a result, the electronic waste generated is often dumped in rivers, or dump gas without proper recycling or treatment. So this is hazardous on various levels for both the environment and personal health too. The challenges of e-waste in health, environment, and its proper management are matter of concern. So, what as a consumer should you do to dispose your e-waste? Mobile phone manufacturer like Nokia is one of the very few companies that seem to have made serious efforts in this direction since 2008. So, don't be so greedy to buy more and more. If you cannot dispose the old one properly, resolve to be a part of the solution rather than increasing the problem at hand. Help make the earth a better place to live because you owe it to your children. And as we know, ye dil mange more, but please don't be so greedy. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Revati ma'am. It's really great listening to you and the way you speak. It's really awesome. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Vijay Caroline ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am, for inviting me. I'm Caroline, speaking from India, Managing Director of Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council and Chairman the Life Foundation, Managing Director of CATV.net. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the eminent speakers, and especially to the prestigious platform IDYM. And I'm very glad to be on this platform and be again united with the members of the world. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yes, I would like to take the topic that is decrease of forest cover. So this, when it has started, if we observe that the decrease of forest cover started the minute human being born on this earth. Though they haven't disturbed much in the beginning, when they were in the nomadic state, they started understanding the importance of nature. Instead of taking up into flourishment, they started moving into the declining of the nature. That disturbance of the nature created a lot of havoc in the lives of the people. So forest cover is very important. We know our earth is called as blue sapphire, which is of 2/3 of the earth is filled with water and the rest is greenery. But unfortunately, this greenery, that is the green cover is getting reduced. And we know whatever the problems we are facing, that is because of the loss of the greenery. So because of the high population, the population is increasing day by day, population is exploding, and it is moved to population explosion state. And that increase in the percentage of the human growth, that led to the decline of the greenery or the forest cover. So 33% of the greenery should be there, but unfortunately it is reduced a lot in a very declining state, in a devastating state, which how it has to be covered, even women do not understand. Though we are trying to increase the green cover by sowing the seeds, saplings, and we are trying that each birthday, let us celebrate our birthday by offering saplings or sowing the seed. In this way, we're trying, but we know that we cut one tree, it takes 15 years to take into the full shape. So then how do we help in growing up the earth with the greenery? And the problem is also with the agriculture. As the population is exploding, it is increasing. We need to meet the demands of the growing population. We have to supply good food, and we are looking at the agriculture. And many methods of agriculture, it is also declining the green cover. That is reducing the percentage of the green cover. They're clearing the forest and they're taking up the agriculture to meet the demands of the growing population. And the second one, if we observe that mining industries They have noticed different types of mines, which are very much important. These natural resources are very helpful for the human to have a flourished life. And we are taking up the mining, and we are digging the forest, and we are trying to extract the resources from those areas, and the forest cover is getting reduced. And we know very well there are every step of the human being is decreasing the greenery, and it is moving into the devastating state where human beings are facing a lot of problem. We know that many of these strains are affecting the human beings' health, and we know that we are moving into their habitat, and we are being affected by different types of diseases. Not the bacteria and virus are coming, or microbes are moving into our residential area, but we are moving into their habitat. So the doctors are also not able to find out the antibiotics or the medicines. Is taking a lot of time to understand the nature of the strains that is affecting. So that we can understand, because of the loss of the greenery, the microbes or strains are taking up into different strains and becoming more virulent and affecting the lives of the human beings. And if we notice that because of the deforestation, the upper top, that is the tops soil, the enriched soil is getting reduced because it is washed off during rains. And because of the deforestation, there are high floods. And we know if the flood is high, not the urban areas are affected, but again the low-lying people, that is that people who are underprivileged, people who are poor background, who stays near the bank resources, who stay in the low-lying areas, they are affected very badly because of the floods. And we know because of the floods, again, all the chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers, which we use in the agriculture is washed out and in moving into the different types of water resources and causing a great pollution. So water is getting affected, and it is moving into the toxic state where we cannot drink the water, and we cannot, the living organisms cannot survive in the toxic environment. Air, water, land, everything is polluted as we are taking up the deforestation. So in this way, we find even now, because of the deforestation, the rainfall is very scanty. And we know that by 2050, India is going to face a lot of problem because of the water scarcity. And you know, we all know very well that if water is scarce, there is war conflict starts. So there will be a fight between the states, and even for the water resources. And already we tasted the bitterness of the scarcity of water, all the different states, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra, so the Chennai, certain states fought, even in India faced the problem of the scarcity of water. So war conflict starts, not, we know that dominance is, may lead to war, but because of the scarcity of water also leads to war. And because of the scanty rainfall, the drought conditions will be high, and people will suffer with famine. And in near future, we can taste, because, and also that many of the rural people are migrating to urban areas, and there are even the younger generation of the rural families are not showing any interest in agriculture. They are taking up only like to focus in urban areas and work as software engineers, and in different professions they're taking up, and no one is interested in agriculture. And the government subsidies, government schemes are also not supporting the farmers to have the high production. So because of that, definitely there will be scarcity of food production, and we face a lot of famine, and drought conditions will be too high, and the human beings will face very definitely all the problems by 2050. So let us concentrate, at least now, being educated people, we need to focus on the forest cover, especially whatever the problems, global warming.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Can you please conclude?
I'm ending up. The climate change, global warming, all the problems, whatever we have taken up, and that is caused only because of the deforestation, because of decrease of green cover. It is our responsibility to focus on increase of the green cover on the planet, Earth, a beautiful planet, so that we can help us to live comfortably as well, or the future generation can lead a prosperous life. Thank you very much, Ravi Kumar sir, for giving, sorry, Ravi Shankar sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Chakravarti ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Professor Hardeep Singh. Professor Hardeep Singh, yes, sir, please.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Hardeep Singh, Vice President, Dr. Kalam International Foundation, and Managing Director, PI, Prithvi Abudya Educators Association. So, first of all, I would like to thank Ravi sir and Dr. Anjum Qureshi for organizing this wonderful conference, International Environment Protection and Awareness Conference 2023, and inviting me on this wonderful platform. I will be talking on reimagining, recreating, restoring of natural wealth. From 7 p.m., I have been listening so many wonderful, eminent, learned personalities who have talked a lot, given a lot of knowledge and awareness about this topic. So I think nothing has been left for me, but I would like to touch some untouched area, or what to do, how can we do this. From this long time, I have been listening that our planet is facing multiple environment crises such as climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and land degradation. So, coming to the point that everybody has told what we can do, how we can do, what can be done. So, the main thing that remains untouched, so to make a very big bungalow or so multi-storied building, there should be a solid base, solid ground floor, solid basement on this 50-storied building can stand. So the what is the base of human being, that we talk about sustainable development goals, SDG 4, quality education. Education is such a magical rod that can do anything, that can do wonders, that education, quality education should be implemented practically, that we have been talking, that it should be implementing practically. Theoretical, we have done a lot. Environmental science, that is a subject in every college, every university, and even in every school, that the students have been reading and scoring marks and getting the marks entered in their detailed marks card. Now the time has come that we have to implement it practically. So what is lacking? The lacking is the human values. We are lacking, the students are lacking the human values, human beings are lacking these human values. We need to implement honesty, what we have learned, what we have read, what we have read from here. We should implement it with human values. We should instill the human values in our. First thing is honesty, what we have learned, that we should do this thing, we should do this thing, we should plant we should plant trees, more trees, more for oxygen. We should implement it honesty. Students, teachers, everybody should do it honestly. Then integrity, doing honestly when nobody is watching us, that is very much important part of our human values. Then respect everybody, respect every human being, respect our mother earth, respect the nature. When you will be respecting, we will be following the honesty, integrity, every problem will be solved there. Do it carefully with no carelessness, transparency, accountability, social responsibility, and there should be no discrimination. No discrimination with the our fellow human beings, no discrimination with the nature, and no discrimination with the mother earth. Only this thing was lacking. I was hearing so many learned personalities, but the thing that is lacking, why we are not able to implement, why we are not able to achieve the thing that is remaining, that is human values. And we all educators, we all teachers need to instill the human values practically in our students, so that we may be able to generate a responsible citizens, responsible Indians, to do this practically with human values. Thanks once again, IDBM and Dr. Anjum Qureshi, to inviting me on this wonderful platform. Thanks once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for bringing us so beautiful points. And I must appreciate you, sir. You were here with us right from 7 p.m. And that you're waiting for so long, but no request from you And I have been receiving lots of messages. The order is changing. This, that, call me next. But there was no request from you, and surely the other speakers were waiting. Just because of this patient listening right from 7 p.m., I had to break the order for him. Sorry. So with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Malini Datta, ma'am. And another versatile educational speaker. Please, ma'am.
Yeah. Very good evening to this August gathering. It is absolutely a pleasure and an honor to speak on this international forum, where I think we are talking one of the most important topics that the world is looking at. So I will be speaking on the environmental laws and the policies. So when we are talking about the environmental law, we should understand that what we are talking about. So we are talking about the collective term encompassing aspects of the law that provide protection to the environment. And environment is a very comprehensive term. It includes within its ambit a wide variety of phenomena. And it is as dynamic as anything else. And it is so dynamic that it keeps on changing every now and then. And it is a dynamic term that may be used to describe a limited area on one hand and the entire planet on the other. And the term environment may be perceived in different connotations. There are numerous definitions of the term as provided by different national and international legal instruments. But generally speaking, environment includes the external conditions, resources, stimuli with which an organism interacts. And the preamble of the United Nations Declaration on Human Environment, adopted in Stockholm in June 1972, states very clearly, which makes everything clear. Man is both creature and molder of his environment. I would like to request all of you to put little kind attention to this while we are saying that man is the both creature and the molder of this environment, which gives him physical substance and affords him the opportunity for intellectual, moral, social, and spiritual growth. So they have touched all the realms of our life. And this environment is clearly a risk from a variety of sources of harm, mostly of human origin. In order to tackle this problem, it is important that we develop strategies for modifying human behavior towards environmentally begin techniques for modifying human behavior can be thought of as falling into two types. One is incentives and the disincentives. So law is important as it creates a framework within which incentives and disincentives can operate. Law is all pervasive. Other methods for influencing human behavior are to a certain extent voluntary or optional. Education, ethics, peer, family pressure. Today, since evening, we are hearing from such eminent speakers that how education, ethics, peer, family pressure can make a great change. Yes, these do all apply in various degrees. Law, on the other hand, cannot easily be avoided. It is axiomatic to the rule of law that law in a society applies equally to everyone at all times. And this environmental law, principles, policies, directives, and regulations enacted and enforced by the local, national, or international entities to regulate human treatment of the non-human world. It is very important to understand. And from the past 6-7 years, I have been representing India into the UN Charter for the Sustenance Development Goals. And we have been participating in various programs where we talk about this environmental law and policies and the bit that we can make it to see the change that we are expecting. The vast field covers a broad range of topics in diverse legal settings, such as the state bottle return laws in the United States, regulatory standards for emissions from coal-fired power plants in Germany, initiatives in China to create a green Great Wall, a shelter belt of to end up, what does environmental law cover? We have to understand that so that, we can spread the word among others. This is not only about the water, the sea, or the air, but we are talking about everything. We're talking about air pollution and quality. We're talking about the safe use of chemicals. We're talking about the waste management. We're talking about the water quality, the contaminant cleanup, prevention, and mitigation. So here the prevention and mitigation is important for us. And we, all the countries in the world, we should see that how we all are coming together and we are making this happen. And looking at the time clicking and ticking up, I thank the IDYM team for giving this opportunity. And it is wonderful that they have come up with all such ideas that where we can talk, we can discuss, and we can make a clear image or a clear understanding among others from different countries that what we should do and how it should be taken further and ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was great listening to you, and so much great topics being put up by you. And as said by you, yes, we have a time limit, so we have to manage with it. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Modul Namin Gay from Gambia. He's there in the meeting, but he's able to hear. Yes, he's there. So please, we are waiting to listen.
Yes, good evening from Gambia. And this is Modul Namin Gay, speaking from Gambia. Well done. And of course, congratulations to IDYM and all those excellent deliberators and speakers. Of course, I'm so delighted. I've been listening to the various professors and doctors. Definitely highlighted very key points that are definitely concerns to the lives of every human. I am delighted. And of course, congratulations will go to Professor Rachana, who is my professor in the field of education. Congratulations. And of course, Dr. Maleni, congratulations. Everything went well. Tonight, I was given the topic of forest decrease in the forest, or we call it forest decrease. When we look at it, decrease in forest cover, of course, that was the topic given to me. Actually, we look at, let's just go into the area itself. A forest cover, refers to the amount of forest or trees covering a particular land. And here we're looking at the forest cover and the decrease, of course, in the forest cover. And when we had the topic, decrease in the forest cover, we will be looking at factors affecting forest cover. And looking at these factors, one of it I would definitely stress on, which is agricultural expansion. Agricultural expansion has led to a great loss of our forest cover, because as the population, the world population is increasing, of course, people have to settle down, and of course, people have to eat. With food, with the agricultural activities, they will need lots of land to occupy and to do their agricultural activities. It is the main driver of the deforestation, and of course the associated of forest biodiversity. In order to halt this loss, we need to transform our food system. That's number one. Also, shifting cultivation has been a major effect. In the loss of our forest. That is, in shifting cultivation, we mean when you use a particular land for a period of time, you move to another piece of land. The place that you are moving, you are expected to clear all those trees, and of course, falling them all down will definitely create a very big impact on the lives of animals, the lives of wildlife, because where you will be going, shifting, of course, you will find lots of animals, lots of birds. And when those trees are fallen, of course, you're creating an empty space now for those animals. Where do you expect them to live? And this has affected lots of countries, particularly my country, the Gambia. That was why in 2011 we had amended the community forest, where every community is definitely educated as for how important their forest cover is. So they will assign now the VDC, the Village Development Committee, who will be responsible to make sure that those particular forests are well monitored. Otherwise, because we know how expensive nowadays, how expensive logs are. So people are definitely abusing the forest. You will see people are going round and round, cutting down trees. So you see, this is a big problem. So after that safety cultivation, we also have a very big factor, which is bush burning. We've been seeing forestry being burned, and of course, we wonder what might be the cause of this bush burning. Who might be the actual person who burned the bush? Having gone round, you will not see anyone. So this has been a great problem to our community, to our society, to our animals. This has made many countries lost their animals, their wildlife. Look at it now in Africa, in West Africa. It is very hard to see lion. It is very hard to see hyenas. It is very hard to see even monkeys. Why? Because their own places have been cut down. Their own habitats have been cut down. So having cutting down their habitats, where do you expect them to live? And this has led us losing our wildlife. We take an example of the Gambia here, where we have the monkey park here, just next to Senegambia, close to the sea. It is believed that the United States Embassy have bought that area, and they now want to fall down all those trees. And that tree is full of monkeys. And this is why we're saying, no, let the government not sell that place, because selling the place to America is going to make sure that all those animals are going to live their life. Because where are they going to stay? And these wild animals, they have right to live. Another factor that has also led to the decrease in forest cover is also urbanization. That is the rural urban migration. Many people are now migrating from the rural area, coming down to the urban area. And when they come to the urban area, what will happen? They will have to be occupying certain areas, and those areas are definitely forests. So for them to occupy those areas, they will have to cut down those trees. So in going down to agricultural practices, you have livestock ranching. Livestock ranching, as well as being as creative or as being one of the greatest factors in making us losing most of our land, our forest. Illegal logging, as I said earlier, that timber is very, very expensive worldwide. And you're now seeing that most of our trees, particularly in Africa, have been fallen for timber log. So this has made us, losing almost 75% of our land covered. According to statistics, from 2009 to 2011, my country, the Gambia, has lost a great forest cover.
Excuse me, sir, please conclude.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir, please conclude.
Not getting you. Gambia action and the action again. It's an action called Action Again, that which is a law set set against anybody who fall down trees. That is the desertification. We are saying here that about 100,000 hectares got lost. About 100,000 hectares of our land got lost as a result of what? Deforestation, as a result of bush burning, as a result of agricultural activities. And this has definitely create a big loss to the entire world. And I believe by now, the entire world should now be focusing on growing or growing plants or growing down trees. Before you cut down a particular tree, or before you cut down one tree, you should be able to grow a tree, a live tree. And this is because we are cutting down too many trees and not planting many trees. Definitely, it is making us losing most of our forest coverage, our forest cover. On that note, I thank you very much. I thank my co-presenters and of course the entire management of IDYM, and of course Dr. Qureshi. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Kali Charan Rath.
Yeah, namaste to all. so excited talks today. Thank you. Thanks for your to all the members who join as well as who watching the programs. Along with my heartfelt gratitude to the IDYM, all the team members. So one of the one of the most important thing is that I want to deliver only for with a few, you can say that direct points about the wastage and control as well as the society sustainability. There are so many waste generally we are finding. One of the most challengeable waste nowadays is the e-waste. E-waste means electronics waste. That means the waste generated by the electronics component, parts, etc. This is a very much a headache and it generates a big problem for the society. And it is observed that there are so many e-waste now we are facing in India, and after careful, you can say that going to the analysis, I found that the 80% of the e-waste is generated by the certain product which are very, very important to all of us, like your television, like your components and parts, that means the hardware that is used for electronics products. Once the product end or reached to its end life and something is not operating, the total hardware, that means the motherboard, is going to be problem, including if we will go with the remote control also. So like that, there are so many e-wastes are generated and it is thrown here and there by the human being, and when it is interacting with the environment, it generates a very big problem for the society as well as the environment pollutions. So the suggestion is to recover or to solve the problem is that don't waste the total product. Just you will see that from that particular motherboard or hardware, how many components are still in the working condition or can be reused. Just remove that and we can able to use that one where even and whenever it is necessary. And remaining part may be dispatched with a complete note to the industries also, that industry have to follow their product, that at the what will be its life cycle and what will be the stage. That means the total status of the product must be get connected through its supply chain system, as well as you can say that it's a life cycle. So at the end of the life cycle or at the end of the product, the company must have to know that now the product is going to be end or at the end stage, and once it will stop for functioning or operating, it must be recollected by the industry and again go for the recycling processes. So this is the one solution and one suggestion as well one request to all the industries, that they must have to follow their product. Once it will over, that means their function for their life, then kindly try to or make certain strategy to recollect it for the recycling process. So like that, there are so many other wastages are there as in scientist or as in science and the engineers. We must have to focus that how it can be reused through the recycling process. Like that, we can able to help to the society and the environment to be neat and clean, and it will not generate any harmful to the society as well as to the environment, so that a completely eco-friendly environment can generate for the sustainable of the life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, and for those wonderful insights. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Kalpana Dikshita.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
I'm Dr. Kalpana Dixit. Thank you, Team Idym, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. I'm really happy to share my views on environment because environment and climate are go parallel. There are many environmental conditions which impact the human life also, and there are many climatic conditions which impact the social life also. So this impact the migration and the economy and growth and development, everything. So here I would like to share my screen because my topic is related with the energy. Okay, I am sharing my screen. Is my screen visible to you all?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. What about the June? Yes, this is my screen and I am showing. Yes. My today topic is the role of renewable energy in global energy transformation. This is IEPSC conference, International Conference 2023. I am really grateful to be a part of this. India achieved 40% power generation capacity from non-fuel resources. It's a very good achievement of India because achieve ahead of the we are achieving ahead of the 2030 targets. Energy conservation, energy efficiency, these are two terms very much used in all the sectors, whether it is energy or education or any sector. So energy conservation is the practice of using less energy. It is achieved by adjusting behavior and habit. And energy efficiency is using technology that require energy to perform the same function. Source of renewable energy. As you all know, there are four major sources: sun, wind, geothermal, and water. And these are the energy form of these are biomass, biofuels, sea waste, and tidal energy. Role in preventing climate change. What is the role of energy? Energy conservation helps prevent climate change by reducing emissions. Fossil fuels such as petroleum and coal, they are giving more energy and produce the environment and protect the environment. And these are the non-renewable infinite resources. The burning of fossil fuels by humans is the largest source of emission of carbon dioxide. This is a very hard fact too. So we have to reduce this. And India's renewable energy target total 175 gigawatts. Out of that, 5 gigawatts for small hydro, 10 gigawatts for biomass, 40 gigawatts rooftop solar, 60 gigawatts for wind, and 60 gigawatts for solar photovoltaic energy. India leading the global shift towards renewable energy. How? How it is possible? We have wind power, we have solar power, we have non-renewable energy. So we are leading the world in energy stock. Judging the renewable dream, how? We have 1.3 to 1.5 million tons of expected demand for coal in India by 2030 and 175 gigawatt India self-declared target for installed renewable energy. 800 wind monitoring stations across the country installed and 202 gigawatt Gujarat capacity added and $223 has been expended for energy and conservation of the environment. Innovation to decarbonize. How do we do decarbonize? We have to keep global temperature rise below 2 degrees. We have to drive innovable cost reduction. We have to utilize solar for tariff cost reduced by 50%. And action needed by government program, policy, new and innovative technology, green technology, recycle of waste material, energy efficient transport. All these are very good suggestions to reduce emission of carbon dioxide. And what is the cycle of renewable energy? In current years, renewable energy has become the fastest growing global source of energy and increased by 3% in the year 2020, approximately 11% of the global primary sources, and report that the world's renewable energy capacity increased by as high as 45% in 2020. This is already an increase. The energy sector has started changing in promising way with widespread adoption, renewable and related technology. Renewable power generation now growing faster than overall power demand because it is very much important to conserve the planet and environment. And the electrification of transport is showing early sign of destructive acceleration. This is a positive sign to reduce carbon dioxide emission. Plan energy scenario cumulative investment between 2016 and 2050 is $95 trillion. This is very much all over the globe because we are moving toward the energy transformation. And transforming energy scenario TES cumulative investment between 2016 and 2050 is $110 trillion. It's a very large and big amount to invest in any environmental program. A deeper decarbonization perspective and 3 years cumulative investment between 2016 to 2050 is $113 trillion. So this is our investment towards climate change and energy conservation and transformation of energy so that planet can be saved. We can make the earth for living ourselves safe and comfortable. What are the energy components of national energy policy? These are the components. Energy management policy and principles are just, sustainable, insightful environment, energy independence, energy endurance. These are our aims. National energy policy for sustainable development. This is directly connected with the energy conservation, reduction of fuel oil and electricity subsidy, development of natural gas network for households, use of liquefied petroleum gas for fishing vessels, optimizing the utilization of biofuels, utilization of waste power plants, fuel gas for transport, and construction of oil refinery. This is a few suggestions for sustainable energy conservation. Now, what is our vision, objective, triple track strategy, policy, and national plan? This is in this flow chart. Because of time constraint, I am moving fast. The National Energy Policy Special Action Plan. What is this? Providing basic energy needs, ensuring energy security, promoting energy efficiency and conservation, promoting indigenous resources. This is very much important. Adopting an appropriate pricing policy and enhancing energy sector management capacity, consumer protection and ensuring a level playing field, enhancing the quality of supply, and protection from adverse environmental impacts of energy facilities so that we can transform more energy and we can invest more funds in this energy transformation process. A conceptual framework of renewability. This is the economy, society, and environment. All things are affected by the energy and environment. They are mutually connected with each other. How? Economy, our GDP growth will increase if we save our environment. National risk security is also important. Society, there are many job creation situations related with energy conservation, energy transformation, environmental safety, and climate change. And environment, carbon dioxide emission reduction is also very important. Local air quality, and we can improve by this conceptual framework. We can improve the local air quality also because we are investing a lot of money in urbanization and town planning itself. The energy transition can drive broad socio-economic development guided by comprehensive policies to foster transformative decarbonization of the society. And ultimate global climate goal would be to reach zero emission. This is very much important. Many speakers before me have already added this value. We regularly need a zero emission policy that will definitely support our environment, climate, and Mother Earth. The ultimate global climate goal would be to reach zero emission and carbon dioxide reduction. And this is, I would like to express my gratitude to all the team of Idym and Ramadan Bharat Foundation. Do the earth a favor, be an energy saver, conserve energy to preserve future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation and also to manage the time. In fact, that is an indication of a good speaker where we try to give the maximum content in the minimum time that is being allotted to us. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Vaibhav Awasthi. Go ahead. Yes, sir, I think you are there in the meeting. Dr. Vaibhav? Dr. Vaibhav,
if we won't come, you please call our next speaker, madam.
Okay, sir. Okay, I can go for it. I can see the name. Okay. So now I call upon the next speaker, Aditi Roy, ma'am.
Good to see you, Anju ma'am, after a long time. So it's very nice to see you. Thank you, Anju ma'am. Thank you, Ravi Shankar ji, for this wonderful program. I'll be summarizing because everybody spoke everything and they were all spoke so well. Some of the presentations were also very well. Some of them are very scholastic and research based. So supported with data. But I'll be summarizing what you are saying. And everyone says that we need to do this, that, and future generation need to do them that. Okay. To summarize that, long ago, a beautiful home was given to our forefathers to take care of. But they thought they are the master of the home, and they thought all the creatures of the home, all the creatures there, all the being there are their servants. So they oppressed and suppressed them, all the creatures, everything in the house, everything in the home, and became the Lord of the home. And then when the home started, they started building, yes. When they started building toilets all over. They started building wherever they wanted to sleep, slept. Whatever they wanted to dump their garbage, they dumped. And then the new tenant came. They said, you are responsible for this dirty home. You are responsible for all this misuse. So this is what happening generation after generation. I think the last 500 years were much worse than we are into this world today. I'll talk about the better world. I'll talk about the better India. So that the things that has been done in the past, in the 18th century, in the 19th century, during the industrialization, afterwards, and civilization, the name of civilization, what has been done has been dumped upon us, and now we are dumping those responsibilities on our children, saying you are responsible for this, and you have to take care of all this. And that again, we have started the story of the wolf and the lamb. You remember? So the story of wolf and the lamb will go on and on if we don't stop ourselves. So who are responsible? Somebody said that the generation, before me, the speaker said that e-waste, who are buying this e-waste, who are buying that changing the mobiles, changing the laptops, these children. I am very, 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 very fond of this new world, the new generation who are in school, who are in colleges, who are young parents. They are much more aware. You have heard 2-3 children speaking. They are so aware. They were aware because they spoke, because they believe. They believe because they have knowledge. So these children are much, much better than us, much better than our previous generation. And we say that these are the rebels. They are not obedient. They don't respect. Why should they? Do we earn respect? Why should they respect us? And also they question us. So I think that unquestionable discipline can be enforced in 2 places that Major Muhammad Ali will admit with me. One is in military. Yes, sir. Yes, boss. And to the God who are believers. So who are believers, they be unconditional submission to the God. So otherwise, unconditional submission is a slavery. All right. If you have freedom, and if you give freedom to this generation and give no responsibility, that is anarchy. And if you give responsibility without freedom, that's slavery. All right. So we have to understand our role, where we stand. We cannot conduct. That's a very good platform. Everybody spoke about what we need to do. We all know. Everybody spoke about, but are we following it? Us inside. Are we doing the part we need to do? Are we putting off the lights when we are? Many of the things, I learned from my students. I'll tell you, we were not responsible whether, Ganga was polluted. And some of us, in the name of our custom, name of our heritage, continued with that bad legacy, bad example. We continued it, bad legacy, because we said that this is the tradition. Our parents taught us this is the tradition. You have to throw everything on Ganga because this is the tradition. So we believed. Where was our scientific mind? Where were we believing? Why were we believing? Why didn't we question? And now our children question us. We say them rebel, disobedient. So that is what I believe, that these children are going to change the world. They are going to bring the whatever good. And you see the world is changing for good, not towards bad. In 50 years back, nobody had this platform and nobody discussed all these problems. Now, Ravi Shankar sir organized such a wonderful platform to discuss these problems so that we can take to the school something and give it to our children. And we ourselves practices before that. So otherwise children will say, Madonna, you remember that song, Papa Don't Preach? The children will say, Papa Don't Preach. All right. So you have to practice before you preach. So that is exactly where I want to say that we need to practice. We were not responsible for Ganga pollution. We are not responsible for drying up of, we were not, even children are not, definitely. And we are not responsible for this drying up of rivers, cutting down of forest. So why should we make ourselves responsible? But in this 28th of February, it was a National Science Day. We had, on every National Science Day, we have an exhibition. This time we have Sustainable Development Goal exhibition where 100% student participated. And during that, I'll tell you what I learned in that from my students. All right. Many of the students of our school are innovative ambassadors of Government of India projects and also ambassadors of Barbie Compost. Our school is almost zero waste production and including electronic waste. I told you, if you have electronic waste, send it to me, send it to Graz International School. We will send it to, there are.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Please,
okay.
please.
So just, I'll tell you what I've learned from there. I've learned 2 more R's. You have spoken about reduce, reuse, recycle. I have learned that many of you have spoken as repurpose and recover. Repurpose means that repair and refurbish. Some of you said that refurbish means whatever the things we can recover and reuse them, means refurbish them. Refurbished phones are very even in use. And also recover. You must be knowing, or you must be glad to know, the mainstream Ganga is cleaned now, has been cleaned, and it is no more that dirty. And by 2025, all the canals leading to Ganga will be stopped leading to Ganga. All right. So it has been doing, we are going to a better India. We are going to a better world. So let us take our responsibility and teach children. Thank you so much. I waited all the time to speak because it's so lovely. Thank you, Anju ma'am. And sorry if I have trespassed over.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for interrupting. That like there's not many people waiting for.
Yes, I understand.
Break, and it's already late.
I understand.
We're already it's 11:30. And yes, one more speaker, Dr. Vaibhav. So I think he has joined back, and again he has started the meeting. Okay, so now we will go to the last lot. Here I would like to call upon the first speaker, Priya Dubey. I cannot see her. And yes, Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti. So I would like to call upon the next speaker, Dr. Suraj Kumar.
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti, going to present my presentation. First of all, I would like to give thank you to Mr. Dr. Ravi sir and Ms. Anju madam for giving me this nice opportunity to present here in front of World Forum. Hello, I believe my presentation is visible to you.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So here I'm going to focus in short about the e-waste management. I'm going to focus about circular economy for effective e-waste management. This is a new concept, although very few speakers have already been discussed about the circular economy for effective e-waste management. But I wanted to show some features in this special topic in short, because there is a scarcity of time. So I have to conclude it faster manner. This will be the table of content of my presentation. Especially some of features I wanted to show here is, in India, the revenue of electrical and electronic industry is expected up to $400 billion. So here we can say we are enjoying a lot about our electronic products. We are enjoying our e-items day by day. But we feel generally what happens about its wastage, how it can be managed, what should be the mechanism to manage these e-waste. So this is a big question before the world. The rapid growth of technology, upgradation of technical innovation, and high rate of observation our electronic industries have led to one of the fastest growing waste in terms of wastage. So here we can say so many wastages are just producing day by day I have taken a data of 2019. The world generated a striking 53.6 million ton of e-waste. That is very, very high e-waste. And it is expected as by 2020, it will be around 72.7 million ton. So this is, of course, a very big amount of e-waste. So initially, we can focus on sources of e-waste. So these are the sources of e-waste. Like here, I have used two terms: end of life and end of product, end of unit. So these are the e-waste. I would like to summarize in faster manner. So here e-waste are shown here. Here in these equipments, temperature exchange equipments are these. Screen monitors we are having, lamps, large equipments, small equipments, and small and telecommunication equipment. So these are various types of equipments which are considered as a e-waste. Okay, nowadays we are reaping the benefit of mobile phone, television, computer, etc. So these are very crucial things. Of course, we are enjoying the advantages of these things, but how the damages created by these things can be managed, this is a big question before us. So here I have shown amount of e-waste generation in million ton per year. As I have shown here in this first picture, China is producing 10.129 million ton e-waste. America is producing 6.918 million ton per year e-waste. And in third number, it is again a dangerous situation for us as a national, as a developing country. In India, it is around 3.32 million ton per year. And in Japan, which is considered as a developed country, it produces 2.569 million ton, and Brazil produces 2.143 million ton, and Russia produces 1.631 million ton, and Indonesia, and so on. So in short, we can say we are lying in third position in producing e-waste. So this is high time to pay attention how this can be managed. So here we can say in state-wise, Maharashtra is the most producing e-waste producing state, and Tamil Nadu stands in second rank. And likewise, I have shown here which state-wise which are showing the maximum e-waste in Indian condition. So many health risks are there of e-waste. These are the byproducts of e-waste. So here we can see the various products which are considered as a e-waste in e-waste. Like cadmium is generated, which is very dangerous for kidney, and so many CFC. It creates skin cancer and skin diseases. So likewise, so many products or so many items are being produced by this e-waste, and which are very harmful for our health also, as well as our environment. So environmental impact is also shown here in this picture. Like soil pollution is possible using by this copper, cadmium, and other type of pollutions are also here, as shown here in this picture. Yeah, here we can see various types of pollutions which are shown: water pollution, air pollution, and soil pollution. So all kind of pollutions are possible by these e-waste. So again, we can say this is a very high time to pay attention to manage these e-waste. So how we can achieve a circular economy to manage these e-waste? We have done this type of flow chart. We have prepared this type of flow chart: reuse, refurbishment, okay, and remanufacturing, recycling, etc. So these are the tools. Using these tools, we can definitely try to minimize the e-waste in our country and in our mother earth, we can say. So here one by one, I have try to elaborate these types of things. And of course, this will be this is the time to pay attention for the proper management of these e-waste. So some questions I have, but there is no time for question. And here I would like to summarize my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Amuchuri Biswanath. Amuchuri Biswanath, sir, are you there? So can we go with the next speaker? Yes, I think Vaibhav Avasthi, sir, is there. Vaibhav Avasthi, sir, please go ahead. I know you are having some technical issues, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am, and all of you. Myself, Vaibhav Avasthi, and firstly, I want to talk in the Hindi. अभी हम सब लोगों ने यहाँ पे बहुत सारी बात की अपने एनवायरनमेंट को लेकर, क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर, तो मैं यहाँ पे बहुत कम शब्दों में छोटी सी बात कहना चाहता कि क्लाइमेट चेंज हो गया, एनवायरनमेंट हो गया, इन सब के बारे में हम लोग बहुत कुछ जानते हैं, लेकिन बात यह है कि हमने क्या किया इसको दूर करने के लिए, हम अपने आगे वाली जनरेशन के लिए क्या करना चाहते हैं, मेन चीज ये है। तो मैं अगर अपनी बात करूं कि मैं खुद एक टीचर हूं, अपने बच्चों के साथ में बहुत सारी चीजें शेयर करता हूं, एनवायरनमेंट को हम कैसे प्रोटेक्ट करें उनके बारे में बताता हूं, और मैंने एक नई मुहिम जारी की है कि जब भी किसी बच्चे का बर्थडे आता है तो मैं उसको सीड देता हूं कि आपका बर्थडे है, आज आपका सेकंड बर्थडे है, तो मैं आपको 2 प्लांट्स के सीड दूंगा, आप 2 प्लांट लगाइए। इट मींस यू विल सेलिब्रेट योर बर्थडे विद डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ प्लांट्स। तो हमें अपने एनवायरनमेंट को कैसे प्रोटेक्ट करना है ये हमें अपने बच्चों को सिखाना होगा, क्योंकि जो बच्चे होते हैं वो किसी भी कंट्री की बेस होते हैं। अगर हमारा बेस मजबूत होगा तो निश्चित रूप से आगे आने वाला जो समय होगा वो भी मजबूत होगा। मैं बस यहाँ पे इतनी सी बात कहना चाहूंगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, sir. And in a short time, you just told a very important tip. Of course, we should encourage children to protect environment. We should make them learn about it. And let us call upon the next speaker, Ketan Desai, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So my name is Ketan Desai. I'm associated with the Idym group almost 2020. 21, sorry, COVID, during COVID time. I'm in Canada, but I was a general manager with Asian Paints. Yeah, this is a very good topic. Almost all my previous speakers cover everything, but just I want to mention about my Canada. Canada is a beautiful country, but we have a now global warming issue too. In a summer, we have a snow, and now it's a spring, but we are still feeling cold, right? So I think pollution is the biggest headache around the world, and we have to protect our earth, right? Doesn't matter if India, Canada, Pakistan, Japan, China. Now so many earthquake is going on because of the global warming, right? And I don't think so. I have to cover more, but now main pollution is even the noise pollution in India, not in Canada that much, but yeah, still now is increasing. So everywhere now noise pollution, water pollution, weather, that's effect to the weather, and weather effects to the farmers. Like I'm farmer too, like I have farmhouse. So it's now everything is going up costly because of this global warming, because uncertain weather, there is no good crops is on the way, and we are suffering. I don't think so. I have to more cover because all guest speakers I heard that they mention everything, but just I want to say that thing, and I think I'm done. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining with us and sharing your views with us. And with us, I call upon the next speaker, Veni Shetty Ravi Kumar, sir.
Yes, madam. I am here. Thank you, IDYM team and Ravi Shankar sir, and thankful to you. My subject, my topic is Save Water and Environment. March 22nd is a World Water Day. Water has crucial and unusual properties, plays an important role in living systems. There is no life without water. It is a master solvent, and all metabolic reactions of living organisms depend on the presence of water. Nearly 3/4 of the Earth's surface is covered by water. If human being wants to survive, they must preserve and protect the environment and water. Due to environmental pollution, cutting of trees, there is a reduction in greenery, disappearing ozone layer gradually. That's why sun rays fall directly on the earth and its atmosphere is heated up. Rainfall percentage decreasing every year. Rainfall percentage is decreasing every year. That consumption of water percentage following like this. Agriculture purpose 79.6 in our country. The electricity purpose 13.7%. That industry is 3.3%. That household 1.7% using water consumption. That what is water pollution? General or toxic substances which make the water unusable or drinking, cooking, and other activities are called water pollution. The pollutants are like chemicals, parasites, or bacteria are like that. That source of water pollutions are like this: the deforestation, improper sewage management, lack of awareness, that not having personal responsibilities, industrial effluents releasing into the environment, that urbanization, lack of proper syllabus in the education system, agriculture, runoff use of insecticides and pesticides, social and religious practices, that 82% of the world's sewage and waste water flows back into the environment without being treated. As a result, conditions become highly anaerobic, aerobic plants and fish soon die. Incomplete decomposition lead to useless for drinking water. So earlier speakers already mentioned so many things regarding this. Just I'm going to conclude that pure water shortage, climate change coupled with water mismanagement and overconsumption is causing droughts and pure water shortages across many parts of the nation and world. Nearly 2/3 of the world's population is predicted to face water shortages by 2025. UNO said not available single drop water by 2080. Research scholars said identified 1 lakh microorganisms, 1 drop of Kashi Ganga water. Now the over rising global temperatures are altering the rainfall patterns. Now during the days, 1 liter water is equal to 1 liter milk. So we have to aware all these things. We have to protect our environment. We have to save water. We have to save environment. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And
Ms. Sanju, once again, can I present?
I certainly just wait because just wait for two more. I think 2 or 3 speakers are there, so you can just wait.
Great then.
Minutes. Yeah. With this, I call upon the next speaker, Deepali Shirgave, ma'am, Dr. Deepali Shirgave.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Please allow me to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, first of all, my gratitude towards IDYM team and Anju ma'am for giving me this platform. Today, I'm going to talk on declining biological diversity. Declining biodiversity is the variety on life on the earth. It includes all organisms, species, and populations. We'll see first what is declining biological diversity. Climate change, pollution, poaching, and habitat destructions change the number of plant and animal species that live in a habitat is known as declining biodiversity. And there are 3 levels of biodiversity, that is genetic, species, and ecosystem. And we can see various causes of declining biodiversity. We'll see one by one. There is a habitat loss, invasive species, overexploitation, climate change associated pollution. Now, land use changes. There are 2 types of here agriculture expansion. Agriculture expansion in the case of growing food and agriculture expansion in case of biofuels. Now, direct land use changes. We can see the degradation of conservation value areas, usage of more pesticides, genetically modified crops. Second one is the displacement effects. Displacement effects here we can see there are various effects. Infrastructural development is there. The impact of infrastructural development includes the direct effect on wildlife by disturbance and avoidance, increased hunting activities, small-scale settlements along the roads. Causes of deforestation. We have seen nowadays the 31% of the Earth's land surface contain more than half of all terrestrial animals and plant species are declining, mostly in the tropical region. More than 2/3 of net primary producers on land, that is solar energy to plant matter. And despite policy efforts on the reducing deforestation, around 30 million hectares of forest continue to be lost annually. And this is very serious alarm to all of us. Native bananas, palms, climbing plants, epiphytes, and many invertebrate animals, birds are declining. And most probably, epiphytes like lichens, mosses, ferns, orchids, trees for attachment purpose only, and they do not hurt their host. Forest floor is filled with the herbs, herbivorous and carnivorous, and insects. Tropical forest, where are they? Almost all rainforests lie near the equator, and the 3 largest rainforests, that is American, African, and Asian. And each has a different group of animal and plant species. These are the rainforest animals. Now, next one, biodiversity declining part is the pollution, water pollution. There are 2 types of water pollution here. I can give you the detail. First one is point source pollution, and second one is the non-point source pollution. In this, from many places spread over a large area, such as when snowmelt runoff picks up pollutants along its path. Now, pollution of freshwater pollution is also there, that we have seen. Heated water from the nuclear power stations, for example, and microorganisms from untreated waste cause serious water pollution. Next one is the marine pollution from oil spills. Marine zones affected by oil is, that is, open water and coastal waters. Open water for fresh water and coastal areas, that is marine. And now we will see unsustainable natural resource use, fisheries. 90% of all large fish have disappeared from the world oceans in the past half century, the devastating result of industrial fishing. In the last decade, the North Atlantic region commercial fish populations of cod, hake have fallen by as much as 90%. Impacts of now marine diversity. In Southeast Asia, several oil companies extract oil or in the vicinity of the four in the diverse of marine diversity. And because of this, many coral reefs affected are by oil spills. Next one important biodiversity declining point is climate change. Climate change has also been implemented in the decline of amphibians in tropical forest. And there are few invasive alien species like panda is there, then mainland assemblages is there. Invasive alien species have been cited as being the second most important threat to global biodiversity loss after land use change. If you see overview of some endangered species, that's at threat of extinction are 1 out of 8 birds, 1 out of 4 mammals, 1 out of 3 conifers, and 1 out of 3 amphibians, and 6 out of 7 marine turtles. And there are 75% of genetic diversity of agriculture crops have been lost. There has been 75% of the world fisheries are fully or overexploited. Up to 70% of the world's known species risk. Over 350 million people suffer from severe water scarcity. So how we can conserve this biological diversity? So biological diversity is one of the important tools for sustainable development, and the enormous value of biodiversity due to their commercial, medical, genetic, aesthetic, and ecological importance. So I think being a educated human being, what we can do, the management of biosphere to yield the greatest sustainable benefit to present generation. Biodiversity must be integrated into all agriculture, fisheries, and forestry sectors, and we can prevent intervention have proven by the most successful and cost-effective way of tackling invasive species. We can protect the areas to be successful sites for protected like regional ecosystems. We have to well represented. And important thing is market tools such as direct payments for ecosystem survivors or transfers of ownership right to private individuals can provide economic incentives to conserve biodiversity. And before concluding this declining of biodiversity, here I would like to say one famous quote: we are losing biodiversity globally at an alarming rate, and we need a cornucopia of different plants and animals for the planet's health and our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. It was really great listening to you and having such a wonderful presentation on the biodiversity. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Poonam Goti, ma'am.
Very good evening to all of you. Myself, Poonam Goti. I am principal in Chitra Group of Institute, which is located in Kanpur. आज मैं इको फ्रेंडली चीजों के बारे में बात करने जा रही हूँ। एक समय था जब मनुष्य पूरी तरह से प्रकृति के अनुसार चलता था, खाने से लेकर रहने तक सब कुछ प्राकृतिक हुआ करता था। लेकिन मनुष्य की तेज दिमाग और उसकी बढ़ती इच्छाओं ने मनुष्य को प्रकृति के विपरीत दिशा की ओर मोड़ने का काम किया है। परिणाम स्वरूप आज मनुष्य प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के साथ साथ मानव निर्मित आपदाओं से भी घिरा हुआ है। मनुष्य भूल रहा है कि पर्यावरण के अनुसार चलना उसके लिए कितना जरूरी है। ग्रह अब तक की सबसे बड़ी और घातक पर्यावरणीय आपदाओं में से एक का सामना कर रहा है। ग्रीन हाउस गैस उत्सर्जन बढ़ रहा है, पृथ्वी का तापमान बढ़ रहा है, वैश्विक समुद्र का स्तर बढ़ रहा है, जैव विविधता धीरे धीरे गायब हो रही है, स्वास्थ्य जोखिम बढ़ रहे हैं और बहुत कुछ। इन सब की वजह भी हम इंसान ही हैं। जैसे जैसे पर्यावरणीय मुद्दों के बारे में जागरूकता बढ़ती जा रही है, बहुत से लोग अधिक टिकाऊ जीवन शैली जीने के तरीके की तलाश कर रहे हैं। ऐसा करने का एक सरल और प्रभावी तरीका है अपने दैनिक जीवन में पर्यावरण के अनुकूल उत्पादों को शामिल करना। इन उत्पादों को पर्यावरण को ध्यान में रखते हुए डिजाइन किया गया है, जो ग्रह पर उनके प्रभाव को कम करने के लिए, टिकाऊ सामग्री को कम करने के लिए उत्पादन विधियों का उपयोग करते हैं। घरेलू सामानों से लेकर व्यक्तिगत देखभाल उत्पादों तक आपके लिए चुनने के लिए पर्यावरण के अनुकूल विकल्पों की एक विस्तृत श्रृंखला उपलब्ध है। विभिन्न गतिविधियों में उपयोग की जाने वाली तकनीकी जो पर्यावरण के अनुकूल है, का अर्थ है कि इसका पर्यावरण पर कोई नकारात्मक प्रभाव नहीं पड़ता है। प्रौद्योगिकी कहा जाता है हमें हमारे द्वारा बनाई गई पर्यावरणीय दुर्दशा से खुद को निकालने का अवसर प्रदान करता है। एकमात्र तकनीकी जो हरित पर्यावरण को बढ़ावा देने के साथ साथ व्यापार और रोजगार की संभावनाओं की अधिकता पैदा करने में मदद करती है, वह समाज के लिए अच्छा काम कर रही है, इसलिए उसमें स्थिरता है। मनुष्य भूल रहा है कि पर्यावरण के अनुसार चलना हमारे इतना जरूरी है। अगर हम भारत की बात करें तो भारत इको फ्रेंडली प्राचीन काल से ही रहा है, जिसको जानने के लिए या उन चीजों का उपयोग करके हम आज की परिस्थिति में समाज को सुधार सकते हैं। पहला, कुल्हड़, मट्टी से बना हुआ वह वस्तु जो कि चाय पीने, पानी पीने या अन्य पेय पदार्थ के कार्य में आती है, उसका उपयोग अगर हम आज के समय में करेंगे तो हम इको फ्रेंडली वातावरण प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं। सिलबट्टा, आज शहरों से लेकर गांव तक पीसने के लिए इलेक्ट्रिक ग्राइंडर का उपयोग किया जा रहा है, जो कि पहले जमाने में पत्थर से बने सिलबट्टे के द्वारा इस्तेमाल किया जाता था। इसका भी अगर हम इस्तेमाल करें तो हम इको फ्रेंडली वातावरण प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं। दातुन, आज मौखिक उत्पादों वाली कंपनियां हर्बल के नाम पर महंगे टूथपेस्ट ग्राहकों को अपनी ओर खींच रही हैं। अगर हम समय की सुई को पीछे घुमाते हैं तो हमें पता चलता है कि हम दांतों के लिए हर्बल चीजों का उपयोग करते थे, जो कि हमें प्रकृति से सीधे प्राप्त होती थी, जैसे नीम से बने हुए दातुन। केले के पत्तों पर भोजन करना, आज हमारे घरों में थर्माकोल, प्लास्टिक और स्टील की थालियां उपलब्ध होती हैं। पहले जमाने में हम केले के पत्तों पे खाना खाते थे, जिससे उन पत्तियों में मौजूद पोषक तत्व भी व्यक्तियों को मिलते थे, लेकिन आधुनिकता के दौर में हम उसको छोड़ते आए हैं। उसका इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो हम इको फ्रेंडली वातावरण यूज कर सकते हैं। जूट की बोरी, आज हम प्लास्टिक से बनी बोरियों का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, जिससे कि एक विस्फोटक चीजें हम समुद्र में, नदी में, नालों में इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं, जो कि बहुत कम समय में, बहुत लंबे समय में नष्ट होती है। हमारी मिट्टी की उर्वरक क्षमता भी खत्म होती जा रही है। उसकी जगह हम अगर जूट की बनी बोरियों का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो हमें प्लास्टिक से संबंधित समस्या का सामना नहीं करना होगा। कपड़ों का बैग, हम जिन कपड़ों को पहनने के यूज में लाते हैं, उनसे बने हुए कपड़ों का हम प्रयोग करते थे बाजारों से सामान को लाने के लिए। उसकी जगह आज प्लास्टिक के और सिंथेटिक बैग ने ले ली है। हमें पर्यावरण के अनुकूल वातावरण को लाने के लिए उन कपड़ों के बैगों का भी उपयोग करना जरूरी है। धातु के बर्तन, पहले कांसे, तांबे, पीतल से बने बर्तनों का यूज होता था, अब उसकी जगह स्टील के साथ साथ प्लास्टिक ने भी ले ली है। इसी तरह से अन्य चीजें जो घर में हमारे पहले जूट की, लकड़ी की बनी हुई होती थी, आज के समय में वह सभी चीजें प्लास्टिक की हमें दिखाई देती हैं। अतः यह बहुत जरूरी है कि हमें अपनी पुरानी संस्कृति को वापस लाना होगा, जिससे कि हम प्रकृति में तेजी से हो रहे दोहन को अंकुश लगा सके और इको फ्रेंडली वातावरण सबके सामने प्रस्तुत कर सके। थैंक यू सो मच Ravi sir, Anjum ma'am, and all of others.
Thank you so much, Poonam ma'am, for joining with us and being so energetic at this time. India, if you see, it is 12:03 a.m. I'm just seeing the time in my laptop. And yes, so yes, Gaurav, obviously, sir, are you there now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So
Yes,
please go ahead.
yes, ma'am. सबसे पहले तो मैं सभी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा भारतवर्ष की तरफ से और सभी को प्रणाम करना चाहूंगा भारतवर्ष की तरफ से कि आज मुझे ये मौका दिया है कि मैं एनवायरनमेंट पर अपने विचारों को रख सकूं। तो मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो है डिक्रीज ऑफ फॉरेस्ट कवर। तो इसमें मैं कुछ पॉइंट्स आपको बताता हूं कि ऐसा हो क्यों रहा है आखिरकार। तो इसका ये मेन फंडा है कि इंक्रीजिंग पॉपुलेशन, सबसे बड़ा चीज है पॉपुलेशन में इंक्रीज होना। दूसरा है कॉमर्शियल यूज भी बहुत बड़ा इसका एक ड्रॉबैक है। अर्बनाइजेशन है, इंक्रीजिंग इन इंडस्ट्रीज है, माइनिंग्स है, इफेक्ट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर है।
आपकी इधर से बहुत इको हो रहा है, प्लीज एडजस्ट द वॉइस।
रिसोर्सेज हैं, नेचुरल डिजास्टर है। मैम एक मिनट रुक जाइए, मैं आवाज बंद करता हूँ। जी मैम, हेलो हेलो।
यस सर, अभी ठीक है।
हेलो हेलो।
या प्लीज गो अहेड नाउ।
जी मैम। तो अब इनका मैं बताता हूँ सोल्यूशन, कुछ पॉइंट्स हैं। तो अगर हम पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल करते हैं तो काफी हद तक हम जो डिक्रीज है फॉरेस्ट कवर का वो रोक सकते हैं। उसके बाद है कि एग्रीकल्चर में क्या करें कि एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री, मिक्स कल्टीवेशन का यूज करें, अपनी माइनिंग्स को लिमिट करें, इंडस्ट्री एग्रीमेंट ऐसा साइन करे जिसमें कि वो ये प्रॉमिस करे कि हमें रीफॉरेस्टेशन करना है और हमें ऐसे पेपर का यूज करना है जो ट्री फ्री पेपर्स हो। तो इससे हम क्या करेंगे कि अपने पेड़ों को, अपने फॉरेस्ट को बचा सकते हैं। तो थैंक यू मैम, आपने मुझे मौका दिया, आपकी फाउंडेशन ने मुझे मौका दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you very much, sir, Doris sir. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Mohammed Zubair, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, good evening and namaste, assalamu alaikum to everyone. I am Mohammed Zubair, Assistant Professor of Special Education in the Teacher Training Department, Jamia Millia Islamia, Central University, Delhi. So, first of all, I would like to thank Idym Foundation and Ravi sir for providing me the opportunity at this platform on this conference. So today my topic is the topic is climate change and global warming. How we can cope up with these things. So first of all, please mute कर दें किसी के साथ mic open है।
Yes, sir, I have done it.
So, okay. So, climate change is one of the most serious challenges facing our world today. Our planet is, experiencing significant and accelerated climate change that began over a century ago. And most countries, most scientists agree that the planet is warming up faster than ever because of the vast amount of greenhouse gases that humans are pumping into the atmosphere. So this includes activities such as burning fossil fuels or driving cars or lots of factories and cutting down forest. So many of us have seen and even experienced the effects of climate change. But it is not just about extreme weather like floods, droughts, and hurricanes. Slower and less noticeable changes in our climate have the potential to completely alter the way we live. So human activity is the main cause of climate change because people burn fossil fuels and convert land from forest to agriculture. So since the beginning of the industrial revolution, people have burned more and more fossil fuels and changed vast areas of land from forest to farmland. And carbon dioxide is the main cause of human-induced climate change. And carbon dioxide and other substances are referred as climate forcers because they force or push the climate towards being warmer or cooler. They do this by affecting the flow of energy coming into and leaving the Earth's climate system. Small changes in the sun's energy that reaches the Earth can cause some climate change. And carbon dioxide is the main cause, as I told. And climate change is a long-term shift in weather conditions identified by changes in temperature and precipitation, winds, and other indicators. Climate change can involve both changes in average conditions and changes in variability, including, for example, extreme events. The Earth's climate is naturally variable on all time scales. However, its long-term state and average temperature are regulated by the balance between incoming and outgoing energy, which determines the Earth's energy balance. So any factor that causes a sustained change to the amount of incoming energy or the amount of outgoing energy can lead time scales, and not all of those factors that have been responsible for changes in Earth's climate in the distant past. So the Earth's climate can be affected by the natural factors that are external to the climate system, such as changes in the volcanic activity, solar output, and the Earth's orbit around the sun. Of these, the two factors relevant on the time scales of contemporary climate change are changes in volcanic activity and changes in solar radiation. And climate change can also be caused by human activities such as the burning of fossil fuels and the conversion of land for forestry and agriculture. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, these human influences on the climate system have increased sustainability. In addition to to other environmental impacts, these activities change the land surface and emit various substances to the atmosphere. And carbon and you know uh, lots of things we can do. For example, biofuels reduce greenhouse gas emissions. For example, converting biomass feedstocks to biofuels is an environmentally friendly process. So, is using biofuels for transportation when we use bioethanol instead of gasoline? We help reduce atmospheric CO carbon dioxide in three ways. We avoid the emissions associated with gasoline. We allow the carbon dioxide content of the fossil fuels to remain in storage, and we provide a mechanism for carbon dioxide as absorptions by growing new biomass for fuels. So because of their compatibility with the natural carbon cycle, biofuels offer the most beneficial alternative for reducing greenhouse gases from the transportation sector. So, and lots of other solutions are available. For example, boosting energy efficiency. The energy used to power, heat, and cool our homes, businesses, and industries is the single largest contributor to the global warming. Energy efficiency technologies allow us to use less energy to get the same or higher level of production, service, and comfort. And another thing is we can do is greening transportation. The transportation sector's emissions have increased at a faster rate than any other energy using sector over the past decade. A variety of solutions are at hand, including improving efficiency in all modes of transport, switching to low carbon fuels, and reducing vehicles miles traveled through smart growth, and reviving up renewables. Renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, geothermal, and bioenergy are available around the world. Multiple studies have shown that renewable energy has the technical potential to meet the vast majority of energy needs. And phasing out fossil fuel electricity, dramatically reducing our use of fossil fuels, especially carbon intensive coal, is essential to tackle climate change. And there are many ways to begin this process. Key action steps include not building any new coal burning power plant, initiating a phased shutdown of coal plants, starting with the oldest and dirtiest, and capturing and storing carbon emissions from power plants. While it may sound like science fiction, the technology exists to store carbon emissions underground. So, managing forest and agriculture taken together, tropical deforestation and emissions from agriculture represent nearly 30% of the world's heat trapping emissions. We can fight global warming by reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, and by making our food production practices more sustainable. Exploring nuclear, because nuclear power results in few global warming emissions, and increased share of nuclear power in the energy mix could help reduce global warming. But nuclear technology poses serious threats to our security, as the accident at the Fukushima in Japan, and deploying new low carbon and zero carbon technologies. Research into the development of the next generation of low carbon technologies will be critical to deep mid-century reductions in global emissions. Current researches on technology, new material for solar cells, and harnessing energy from novel sources like bacteria and algae and other innovative areas could provide important breakthroughs and ensure sustainable development. The countries of the world, from the most of the least developed, very dramatically in their contribution to the problem of climate change, and their responsibilities and capacities to confront it. A successful global, compact on climate change must include financial assistance from richer countries to poorer countries, to help make the transition to low carbon development pathways and to help adapt to the impacts of climate change. So thank you for providing me the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Idym Foundation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And with this, I call upon the next speaker, Dr. Pranati Patra, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, please go ahead.
A very good evening to one and all. Esteemed Ravi Shankar sir, revered Anjum ma'am, and all the adorable intellectuals of Idym team. Today, I feel fortunate enough that I have been given the splendid chance of speaking a few lines on the burning topic, global warming and climate change. The earth is a splendid creation of God. Our beautiful earth, as well as life-sustaining environment, is at threat now. Global warming and climate change are contemporary problems and greatly affecting the biosphere. Evidences suggest that the increasing concentration of atmospheric greenhouse gases due to human activities is mainly responsible for global warming and climate change. The exponential increase in surface temperature of the Earth and the global sea level in the last 2 decades each a major aspect of climate change that has attracted both researchers and policy makers in recent times. The Earth's atmosphere creates natural greenhouse effect which keeps the Earth's surface warmer. A range of human activities which include majorly the burning of fossil fuels, industrial activities, and the cutting down of forests for agricultural purposes, atomic explosion, and urbanization are substantially increasing the concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, thereby upsetting this atmospheric chemical balance. However, not everyone agrees that the surface temperature of Earth is on the increase, and if global warming is real, not all accept the fact that human activities are chiefly responsible to it. Similarly, not all accept the fact that climate change is bad. What then should we do? Should we all pretend that all is well with our beloved planet Earth and that global warming and climate change doesn't matter much? Should we seek for greater knowledge of our complex climate system and more evidence of global warming? Should we continue to do business as usual by emitting more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, or should we evolve possible mitigation measures to combat the adverse effects of global warming and maintain stability in the climate? Analysis of the written measurements of the Earth's surface temperature reported daily from thousands of weather stations across the globe, both on land and at sea, suggests that the surface of the Earth has warmed by an average of 1.0 degrees Celsius in the last 100 years. The scientists have expressed their serious concern over these grave problems and have warned the world about the ensuing perils due to global warming that may bring change of monsoon, climate, precipitation, affecting lighthouse effect, photosynthesis, solar radiation, destruction of tropical forests, and innumerable unsurmountable hazards. Global warming is due to stupidity of humans and their reckless attack on nature. The global temperature is rising day by day. Its impact will be graver on humanity. If this happens, the sensitivity, adaptability, and vulnerability of nature and human systems will be projected to climate change scenario. The IPCC report says that if the present trend continues, the future of this planet is bleak. The global warming is acting upon the present humans. The regional climate has already changed. The extreme weather is preliminary indication of the worst danger coming upon humans. Studies have revealed that floods and drought have frequented different lands than before. The global mean temperature has already begun to increase. This has contributed shrinkage of glaciers, lengthening of growing seasons in high latitude. The effect of global warming has resulted early flowering of trees. Man and environment are closely connected. Human survival and the health of environment are incompatible. Humans greatly depend on agriculture, fisheries, human settlements, which depend on environment. When the climate changes, these factors are affected. When they are affected, human survival is endangered. Global warming will affect water resources. The water level is high latitudes and Southeast Asia will increase while it will decrease in Central Asia. The glaciers will melt and water in sea will increase. The temperature rise will cause evaporation and that will affect the irrigation system. The IPCC report says food production will be lower, carbon dioxide will grow in the air, which will be beneficial for plants, but will be fatal for animals including humans. The temperature rise will affect the marine creatures. Many cool water fish will be destroyed. Many lands will be submerged. The entire biological system will be affected. The climate change and its impact is not the same in all the areas. In Asia and Africa, the adaptive capacity of human population is low. People living in tropical Asia confront more floods, droughts, forest fires, tropical cyclones. There can be a decrease in agricultural productivity and sea level rise. On the contrary, in Northern Asia, agriculture would expand. People living in low area will migrate to high area. Biodiversity will be changed. There will be other invisible diseases. North America and Europe will be highly affected by climate change. Southern Europe and the European Arctic regions, in spite of better adaptability, will be seriously affected. Some of the smaller islands may disappear in the next 100 years. To effectively control and stabilize the effects of global warming and climate change would require the integration of global commitments, good public leadership initiatives, as well as individual actions. Global population growth should be brought under control, especially in developing countries that are already densely populated. The developed nations, especially Canada, Australia, and the United States, should reduce their excessive energy consumption. Developing countries should strive to maximize their HDI at the least growth in energy consumption, using feasible and realistic models other than those used in developed world. To achieve the economic potential of improved energy efficiency and non-fossil fuel utilization, governments and policymakers should provide a combination of targets and timetables, efficiency, regulations, and a range of market-based incentives that would encourage business to make the necessary investments on the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions. Individuals can also make a difference in controlling and stabilizing carbon
Ma'am, please
dioxide
conclude now.
concentration.
Please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Within 1 minute, half minute, and stabilizing carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere. The strategies could include using a fuel-efficient car and driving less, living closer to workplace, and walking or riding a bicycle, planting trees, shrubs around humans, schools, religious worship centers, and through the democratic process, encouraging elected officials to deliver policies that properly take the environment into account. All hands must be on the desk to ensure that the concentration of greenhouse gases, especially carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, starts shrinking instead of growing, and the shrinking must continue until it reaches about half of the level it was in 1990 in the 2 or 3 decades. Attempts should be taken to check the rampant increase of carbon monoxide and dioxide unless stringent precautions are taken adequately. The IPCC forecast will come true soon. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you, whole IDYM team, for your great patience. Thank you very much, ma'am.
For joining with us. Yes, now we have the last speaker coming up, Amujari Vishwanath, sir. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your excellent listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, that's great. It's too much late, but not last. Especially, I very gratitude to our beloved brother Ravi Shankar sir and entire the IDYM Foundation to inviting me as a guest speaker on International Environmental Protection and Awareness Conference in 2023. It is I'm feeling very happy to share my views on environmental protection. So first of all, we have to know what is the need of environmental protection and what is the necessity and how we should protect our environment. And on this scenario, first of all, we should learn what is environment, how it helps to all living beings on our planet Earth. Being as a human, it is our necessary and it is our responsibility and it is our need to protect our environment and to conserve our environment. Why? Because to survive on our planet Earth, it is compulsory to protect and conserve our environment for next generation. Two approaches for environmental protection. There are 3 types of approaches as individual approaches. Second one is governmental approaches. Third one is non-governmental approaches. So we have to improve these 3 approaches for environment protection. Apart from that, there are many sectors like non-government organizations who are working as part of the societal and as part of the non-profitable. So it is also responsible for all environmental protection organizations or NGOs to work together, government sectors as well as individual. So on this platform to protect our nature or our environment, we should follow the all governmental laws, policies as step by step and proper strategy. For being a human being, I'm a director and CEO of Green Care Society India. I'm also working in the field of environment, green initiatives as leadership of our Dr. Vishwanath Panigrahi, founder and president of Green Care Society India. We are working same in the field of environment protection and living wing conservations for next generation. Since 2005, our organization is working to conserve and to protect our environment. So it is our necessary to protect our environment. On this platform, we have to follow the rules, regulations as we are observing or we are following the sustainable development goals which were presented, which are proposed by United Nations. Actually, in the respective of environment, the climate action goal number 13, goal number 14, goal number 15, and goal number 4, that is, and goal number 5 for clean sanitation and water consumption and climate actions and life below water and life on land. These all four goals are receptive to the environment protection and environment conservation. So we should follow all these goals and fulfill the aims of government of sustainable development goals up to 2030. So in this platform, we are also working on this platform in front of the great initiative leaders and in front of this foundation. I appeal and I request to all the environment lovers and educators who are working in the field of environment come forward and um, do what you want to the protect our environment as a step by step, as part of the individual, as part of the government organizational, either in NGOs or either in government sectors. So in this mainstream platform of present scenario, it is our necessary and it is our compulsory to protect our environment. So we should follow the different laws, and so many speakers said presented wonderful presentations to how to protect our environment through the government policies and different aspects. In this scenario, I would like to say the eco-friendly products which are very good and not harmful to the environment. We know very well about triple R, recycle, reuse, and recycle, reduce. But I add on this concept another R, 4R, that means repeat. I'm adding this repeat? Fourth R is we should repeat again and again 3 hours, then only we can change system. Otherwise, after recycling, after reuse, or after reduce, so we should definitely stop then certain channel, certain stage. But we have to continue again and again as a repeat option all these 3 hours. So fourth R is my concept to protect as a environment waste management systems or either in different products which is helpful to as a eco-friendly products. So in this scenario, ecological balance and ecological approaches or strategies are main concept important to protect our environmental conservations. So then I'm very happy to share my views on this platform, and I have gratitude much to uh, providing wonderful opportunity to speak and views, present my thoughts short period. So I'm very thankful and much gratitude Idym Foundation and today's co-host Anjum Qureshi ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining with us. And with this, we come to the end of the conference, and I thank course, all the speakers and the founder of Idym Group of Companies, Ravi Shankar sir, for this wonderful opportunity of hosting this session, this conference, in fact, and to all the speakers, and special thanks to Major Mohammad Ali Shah sir for being with us till the end of the session. So thank you, one and all for joining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the session. It was wonderful.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. And even I stayed on till the end to hear you all, to be around. Good night.
Good